WHLR.
SYTA. SYTA.
SITA.
SYTA.
WHLR.
WHLR.
SITA.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
SDOW. WISA. East.
WHLR.
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 SITA.
WHLR.
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 WHLR. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
BENF. WHLR pulling back.
BENF.
BENF,
BENF,
BENF, FFIE,
G, G,
SITA,
BENF,
TZA,
BENF, WHLR,
BENF,
SRCL, WHLR, BENF,
WHLR, WHLR,
WHLR, WHLR,
BENF,
BENF,
WHLR,
BENF,
WHLR,
G,
BENF,
WHLR, WHLR, WHLR,
BENF,
WHLR,
WHLR, SYTA, 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 SYTA,
SITA,
SYTA,
BENF,
BENF,
WHLR, WHLR, WHLR,
WHLR, WHLR,
Good morning.
BENF,
Supposedly,
WHLR.
the stream today should be in low latency latency mode. Please let me know if if it is breaking up at all for you because of that, or if it's nice and
Ditto.
smooth. Also, you can see the real time
WHLR.
right below the logo next to me over here. You can see the real time. So please let me know how many seconds of delay it is until you're seeing it. Look at your own clock. Look at that clock to know how many seconds of delay there is on the stream, and please let me know in the chat. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. All right, let's see what else is hot this morning besides Wheeler. We're watching Wheeler. We got Wheeler on tap. No problem there. We also got BLMZ, VS Path, LGHL, FFIE, a couple others, and so let's take a look at these.
WHLR.
For those of you new to the stream, that's just a squawk in the background. Squawk feed of hot stocks having hot moments. All right, BEMF. Let's take a look at BEMF while we let Wheeler Trade continue doing its thing. And this looks good. BEMF came back up over VWAP. Could drop back down. Probably dip by at 240.
WHLR.
And the stop would then still need to be about 180.
WHLR.
So right now it's at 280. So that would allow me to get at that price 100 shares for $1 of risk. $1 of risk unit to risk $100. 100 shares is the math there. And there we go. There is some that I would like to get. First green candle during red pullback right there. We talked about that in masterclass last night. So I've got a third position going in on BEMF. Let's put it on our multi-up radar here. BEMF. Wheeler, which I've been in since $2 yesterday. Still in. At one point was up over 500%. Say hello in the chat area below. Nice to see you here, guys. All right, BEMF. Let's keep an eye on that. I expect if it does a breakdown and pull back, that there could be a buying area around 240 right here. If there's not, I'm glad I'm grabbing some shares. So we'll see. I have 3.5 entries I can take on this before I have a regular full position. Check the dilution and everything later. All right, BLMZ.
WHLR pulling back. WHLR.
WHLR pulling back, says the squawk. Bloom Z. All right. In after hours yesterday, it popped from a close of 80 cents ish to $1.60. So about double. It's faded half that move since then. So it's something to watch this morning. Dip buy at $1 or 1 minute opening range breakout or entry at $1.30 pre-market pivot. So we'll keep that on watch. BLMZ. All right. Also, FFIE, Faraday, Electric, only up a kind of a negligible amount. Really, not anything to write home about. Nothing there. VS, that'd be Victoria's Secret. That must be an earnings-based move there. Oh, no, it's not Victoria's Secret. Well, let me double check. VS, because Victoria's Secret is VSCO. That's true. It's probably this one, Versus Systems. Okay, yeah, and that's just not really a signal. VOR. No, look at that. Big pop from 80 cents to, like almost double, $1.50. But a full fade all the way back to 80 cents. No, thank you. Next on the list, BFI. I had a nice day yesterday, but not with enough volume. That was what tipped us off on Wheeler, was the huge volume. Cataclysmic, unprecedented volume since 11 years of the company, never seen before. There's a huge amount going in, and that's what's pushing it up today as well. And that's how we knew it was something worthwhile. But that other one that I just mentioned, what was it, BFI? Yesterday's volume was not significant. Not after this significant first green day here, which had a lot of selling pressure on the top side.
WISA pullback.
WISA. Oh, WISA. Am I still in that? Yes, I am. But let's keep an eye on everything. All right. Wheeler's pulling up to 9 from a bounce at 7.50-ish. BEMF is tightening. I mean, it's got lower highs. I think it's going to break down a little bit. There'll be another entry maybe at 250 and then another one at 240 for me probably.
WHLR.
And from there, risk is on. We'll see what it does. It's along the way if it moves. Say hello in the chat. Let me know you're here, what you're looking at, what you're trading. If you have a position in anything, let me know. Morning to you. All right. XPON, SITA, SYTA, SITA. I'm back and forth bouncing right there.
East.
Out.
NYNZ.
Days ago.
Cheap stock.
I don't know what's going on there. Don't necessarily need to know, but gonna check it out anyway. Let's see if anybody knows anything. SITA Mobile. Oh, it's just a split, a recent split. That's not quite what it is, except maybe it's getting close to $1, and so to remain compliant, there might be some manipulative buying going on.
WHLR.
Pre-funded warrants. Okay, so this is not good. It's actually diluting. This is something you could potentially short. My cats are killing each other in the background. I don't know if you can hear that. Wow. All right, I'm gonna go fill up a cup of coffee. I'm watching BEMF now. We want to watch it for that first green candle to close a minute. So let's take a look at it so I can get my next allocation. Seconds, 37 seconds in this green candle. Will it stay green? 50 seconds. It's looking like it might. Add on a piece. 3, 2, 1. No, it went red. So it didn't buy. I need to get a cup of coffee, but
East. WHLR.
but I really want to make sure I grab the entry on the right signal moment on this pullback here. That looks pretty good right there. I'll take that. Oh yeah, I couldn't even get it. It moved so fast.
WHLR.
That's fine.
BNF.
Cancel.
BENF.
If by the time I get back it gets up to 2, well, I'll put an order in at 3:15. I'll be right back and go get some coffee. Right.
WHLR.
Here's everything we're watching so far. If you can see that. BLMZ. Hard to see. Bemph
Pulling back.
and Wheeler. All right, be right back.
TSLL.
WHLR.
MODD.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. BENF. BENF.
WHLR.
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 BFI. Cheap stock.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. XPON. Cheap stock. WHLR.
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 TSLL. BENF. BENF. WHLR. BENF.
All right, I'm back.
WHLR.
BENF.
That was kind of a qualifying entry
WHLR.
right there. I would have liked to just seen something a little bit more dramatic on the pullback to pull the trigger though. And I already have a piece, so
WHLR.
I'm looking to get some of this Banff just in case it moves. It could easily break this pivot of 285, which it already has in pre-market,
WHLR.
on the daily. And if so, then it could slide retrace back all the way up to this pivot, 462. So that's what we're thinking about that it could do. And then from there, if it breaks all that,
WHLR.
it might slide the retrace all the way up to 6. It's at 274 right now. So there's potential there.
East.
Somebody remind me just before 9 o'clock, just in case I forget,
LGMK.
to start the Twitter
Cheap
stream.
stock.
Yesterday I forgot, and a blank stream went out.
WHLR. G.
LGMK. Cheap stock. BENF. Pulling back.
Okay. Wheeler keeps perking up. I kind of would like to see it drop to $5. So it decided to
FFI.
bounce at yesterday's high, which makes sense. Just underneath it, pretty much right at it. I shouldn't have given such little weight to that possibility. Instead, I thought it was going to drop to about $5.50, $5 area for adding.
BENF.
But yes, yesterday's high could have been a bounce point at 650-ish, 660,
FFI.
670. But anyway, I have a position in it.
BENF.
I just am looking to add more because these kinds of
BENF.
SITA.
strong moving stocks with big follow through going on for a day 2
SITA.
follow through can have a
Sit
lot
up.
of potential.
WHLR.
They can also not work out, okay? But they can have a lot of potential.
WHLR.
G. G.
VS.
SYTA.
Versus.
VS.
All right,
IVP.
Benf, what are you going to do? And then let's get Wheeler up again.
VS.
Benf, I wouldn't mind buying on another pullback.
VS.
SYTA.
240 seems to be a
NF.
pivot level of significance. 240. I'll draw that line in as well. Yeah, I know the line looks faint. That's exactly how I like them.
FFI. APLD.
WHLR.
FFI. FFI.
WHLR.
Oh, hello,
WHLR.
Tomahawk. That's a great username.
WHLR.
WHLR.
You ask. Hi, this is Ingmar. Hello, Ingmar. Have we met before? I seem to remember an Ingmar from, I think it was maybe 3 years ago. Absolutely fantastic what you're doing. Aw, thanks.
WHLR.
I'm struggling to be profitable and really appreciate seeing and hearing how you judge and approach what's going on in real time. Yes, awesome. Also, click the Discord link in the description. Make sure you be there because we do a lot of talking there as well. Come on over to my Discord.
East.
It's free to hang out. If you want alerts and stuff, that's a service, but
East.
you can just go in there and join that. And we can talk more all the time about things. But in general,
WHLR.
I call.
East.
Oh, you know what? I'll be right back, Ingmar. I got to throw my wallet to my wife. I'll be right back. She's taking the kids to school. I'll be right back, and I'm going to answer your questions. Stick around. I have something important to show you.
East.
East. East.
IVP.
IVP pulling back.
WHLR.
BENF. Yang. SYTA.
WHLR.
SYTA.
All right, cool. Hello, Ingmar, and everybody. Go ahead and say something in the chat there. Let me know you're watching. I know you are, Ingmar. So, anyway, I was going to tell you something, but let me continue to read what you said. Yeah. No, we never met. First time here. Found you through StockTwits just 20 minutes ago. Well, on the Wheeler board. Very good, very good. How long have you been trading?
Home.
Hello, Brandon. Welcome in.
FFIE. East.
East.
This is settling in nicely here on Benth. About 1 year, intermittently. Okay. Yeah, I know exactly where you're at and all the problems that occur around that point. You know enough, but not enough. And that's always the case, by the way. But when you're really fresh, you think you got it all in control, all under control. You learned the 3 things to do, but now you've lost all your money. You know what I mean? So, Dunning-Kruger. So, the important thing is this. Well, number 1, I would say probably, Ingmar, you're probably trading breakouts. Is that correct?
WHLR.
Good morning, Michael.
NIO. WHLR.
That did happen, yeah. How much of delay is there, Michael? Can you check the clock in the stream and compare it with real time? You're in the same boat, Brandon. All right. I'm guessing you're sort of trading breakouts. You're jumping into things on FOMO as they are going wild. And I don't mean that in general. I mean specifically, you're seeing it start to move up and you don't want to get left behind. And so you get that FOMO and you start grabbing it as it's going up. And sometimes, more specifically, if you try to make it a strategy on a breakout of a level.
SYTA pullback.
Is that true? Even if that's not true, you can let me know. Brandon says more often than not, yes. And I think, yeah, but what about you, Ingmar?
East.
WHLR.
WHLR.
I need the AC to turn on and it's not turning on. I'll be right back, guys, because I'm feeling kind of hot here. Oh, Ingmar's been typing. Okay, typing. That's what I did until I started to learn that things move when news hits. So now I'm keeping an eye on the news and only get in when it hasn't moved much, if at all. Brandon says true, and I overstay ending small green or red. So that's the interesting thing, Brandon, that I was going to mention is the lower your win rate. This is very interesting. Listen up very carefully. This is going to be, it depends on how you take this. This could be hugely demystifying and changing for you as a trader. The longer you stay in a trade,
WHLR pullback.
the lower your win rate. Write that down because it has a lot of wisdom baked into it. I'll be right back, okay? I'm going to turn on the AC.
BENF.
WHLR.
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 APLD.
WHLR. BENF.
BENF.
BENF. BENF.
I'm not saying that like in a general sense. I'm being absolutely statistically correct with you. That's right. The longer you stay, so if you think about it deeply, philosophically, it means more than just what it said, right?
WHLR.
The longer you stay in a trade, the lower the
WHLR.
win rate statistically over time. If you do that same thing over and over and over and over. So, that said, what else could you tell me from that? What other information can you derive from that? The longer you stay in a trade, the lower the win rate. What do you want to improve?
WHLR.
And so therefore, using that
Ha.
truth, what else can you say? Let's see what you guys say. Who can say it?
APLD.
This is almost like therapy. It's almost like trading therapy. Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's getting a trend line breakout there. I'm going to grab some more BENF. Did I say buy or sell? No, buy. And it's getting away from me.
BENF.
APLD.
Okay, we got that trend line break. Cancel all buy. Okay, I'm at
WHLR.
nearly my size that I wanted to be, which was 100 shares.
BENF.
WHLR.
Ingmar, you want to take a moment and try and think about that? The longer you stay in the trade, the lower your win rate. What else could you absolutely specifically say based on that truth? Brandon said what goes up must come down. Okay, I get what you mean by that. What goes up must come down. I get what you mean. And that is true. All trades eventually fail. That would lead you to what goes up comes down. But more specifically and tied even closer to what I said,
WHLR.
using logical and critical thinking, if I tell you the longer you stay in a trade, That doesn't matter if it's short, going up, down, whatever, long, whatever it is. The longer you stay in a trade, the lower your win rate. What could you say? So Ingmar says scale out on the way up, which is what I do. That is absolutely true, and you should do that. I do teach that. And be modest with your profit wishes. That was the second wave of information that I wanted to talk about. Maybe I'm just asking something too obvious. Yeah. Like state the obvious. Let me ask you to do that, because let's state the obvious. If the longer you stay in a trade, the lower your win rate, what else is true based on that statement? Not thinking too hard. Just taking that statement and just stating the obvious. The longer you stay in the trade, the lower your win rate. I mean, Michael's been with me for half a year, and he's been with me in the years prior as well. But there you go. The shorter the time in the trade, the higher the win rate. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I could have told you that, but we can't box all directions of possibility without understanding the contrapositive. So to get a full understanding of the dynamic at play, I give you one truth, and it starts a myriad of other second wave alternative truths. What does Elon Musk say? First principles. So it's like a first principle. The longer you stay in a trade, the lower your win rate. And what do you want to do? What would you like to do? Would you like to increase your win rate? That'd be great, right? So let me ask you this. Answer this. Why do you stay in a trade a longer time than you should? Why do you stay in a trade for longer time than you should? You don't know that you are staying in a trade longer than you should at that time. Now you know, because I just told you that truth. But, why were you doing that? What was the purpose of staying in a trade longer than you should for a longer time? Who would want to do that? Why? What was the vision? This is all stating obvious stuff, but we're pinpointing absolutes here. Don't want to get out too early. Why? Why? Why do you not want to get out too early? And that's really good. That's a very important sort of that's boxing the logic. That's the thing on the bottom left. Don't want to get out too early. That has a contrapositive. And all that. But why do you want to not get out too early? Why? This is like therapy. You're going to realize these things on your own. I'm going to pull them out of you. And Ingmar, you could answer the same question. Because I think it's going to continue uptrend. Right. Because you want a bigger gain. No, yeah, that's true. No, you want a bigger gain. This is why, right? Why not get out early at a smaller gain? Because you want to get out. So you said, I don't want to get out too early. Why? Because you want a bigger gain. And Rommel says, don't be too greedy. And then Brandon says, day trade restrictions. Well, there's that too. Yeah, that's a real thing. But essentially, it's because you're going for a bigger gain. That is why. Making the most of the few trades I have, right? I understand. But the probabilities go down. If you look at BEMF here, if you got in at the bottom of this pullback down here, which, last night we actually had a masterclass on how to enter, and look at that, Michael, like right there. That would be your entry. Michael was there in masterclass.
WHLR.
And you got in and then got out at 50% retrace to highs,
VOF.
to say nothing of just holding until it gets all the way back to highs.
VOF.
Every time it looks like you're getting nearly 100% win rate. It's working out every time. Now, I know you don't have a lot of day trades, but you could split your money between two accounts. And settlement's now what? T+2 or T+1? So you would have those monies available to you on the odd days and the even days. But it's not just about small wins, Brandon, because if you risk for a small move,
SMLR fast pullback. NIO.
you're ending up with your R unit, you're ending up with your risk unit, you're ending up risking a smaller amount instead of a larger, like to a pivot point low or a more significant low,
NIO.
because you're only looking for a smaller move. And I know you want to catch big moves. I know it. I know. But I'll get there in a second. I'm still explaining this. But by getting a smaller risk unit for a smaller move, and we illustrated this in class last night. Remember this, Michael? You will get a larger return in terms of R unit multiples. So in other words, if you wanted to go for a big move, you got to put your stop way down low, like maybe $2 on this one.
VOF.
If you wanted to get in here at $2.80, it would be wise to put your stop somewhere around like $2.50 or $2, pretty wide. And then you let it move around, and then once it breaks out, maybe it'll move, and it'll continue. You get continuation and it'll run. However, those maybes are lower probabilities, okay? But your risk unit would be maybe 50 cents to 80 cents. Now, if you're just going for this point right here, a midpoint in the move,
WHLR.
and you knew to get in right down here, and you put your stop at the bottom of that area, because you know the win rates of those can be quite high,
SIGA.
from me telling you, you would be getting in at 266 with a stop at 259. That's 7 cents of risk, and it moved all the way to 297 from 266. That is, I'm going to do some math. 297 minus 266 is 31 cents.
VOF.
31 cents divided by the 7-cent risk unit is
SIGA.
4.42 to 1. That's the equivalent of if you took a big trade with a wider risk, let's call it 50 cents from entry with a stop at 230. Let's just call it 50 cents.
WHLR.
Of it going from 280 to 0.5 times 4.5, 25 plus 280. That's the equivalent of this stock going to $5. And it's the same money and it's the same trade.
SYTA.
That's the equivalent of this stock going from $2.80 to $5.05. But what you're doing is you're trying to shoot for the unlikelihood. Yeah,
TSLL.
wake up call, right?
TSLL.
So you're going with a wider stop so you can be in the trade, and then you're hoping for a massive move,
TSLL.
but you're only going to get, realistically, you might not even get that win. The win rate, it might not happen. But if it does, maybe you get a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1, because it goes to 350 or 375 and craps out. And it feels like a good gain because the percentage gain was a lot from your entry, but because your risk unit was so large, you're multiplying your money not so much based on your risk.
BENF.
So you can get the exact same amount of money in one trade right here, much more likely.
TSLT.
You're in almost at your stop on Wheeler. Not cool again. Totally understand that. Let's go over to Wheeler for a second.
BENF.
It's not a bad point to be in. 8. You said you're almost at your stop. Hey, so your stop is probably, I don't know, 750. Down here, 650 obviously was the stop for anybody getting in after that pivot low. But
Big spread.
I don't know what your entry was. Let's call it $8. I don't know where your stop was. Maybe you got in at $9 just now, and your stop is $8. 780. I'm not sure what you did, but that's a huge risk unit.
WHLR.
Okay, 859 entry. 859 entry, and your stop is
WHLR.
WHLR.
Michael. Can you tell me the calculation of what the delay is on the stream by looking at the clock on the top
WHLR.
while I'm helping these guys? 735 stop loss. So you have a $1. Let's call it $1.30 risk unit.
WHLR.
All right. Now, if you learn how to get into entry signals on pullbacks,
Hoth.
it's actually sort of not happening on this one yet. We have to sort of wait for it. I don't think I had any. No delay? In other words, the clock on the top there, the seconds are ticking by at nearly the exact time that your
Yes.
clocks are seconds are ticking by. When your clock changed, mine changed
TBA.
within the same second. Wow! I made 3 adjustments to the stream, and it changed the delay from like 20 or 30 seconds
East.
beep, 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 down to real time. This is awesome. Great. It's nice to know that when I'm communicating with you guys, you're hearing it as I'm speaking, and you can type back,
TSLL.
as fast as I can be speaking. That's excellent. Not nice. That's a new thing, Michael, right? That's nice. We got real time streaming. All right, so you have about $1.30 risk unit. And realistically, though, this thing could go, if it's going to go, and it did kind of a bottom reversal, this may hold that stop, not to 735, but it may hold the stop to 650. But let's say it just holds and continues to go up. Realistically, it's going to slam against this resistance and maybe burst through, but you might be looking at it getting back to 10 on this trade of yours. Your stop is not wide enough. But I understand you probably sized your position to it, so there's nothing you can do about it now except to de-risk and de-size. But you're looking at $1.30 from your entry was $8.60. So at $9.90, you have a 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio. There it goes. There it goes. It's going up a little bit. You have a 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio. Now, what I was showing you before was just how to buy a little dip and then a return to partially up to a target and to size that smaller. And it's not like it's kind of scalping, but it's not like we're scalping. I know you hate scalping and you want to go for the big moves and you want to hit home runs. But let me tell you a secret. Would you guys like to hear a secret? And Michael already knows this, though. But because he's been a student for a long time. Would you guys like to hear a secret?
WHLR.
When you go to bat,
WHLR.
you step up to the plate. Now you're agreeing you don't want to sell. And actually, you should sell at this pivot point here. You should sell a little bit. Sell 20% at 909, Brandon. Because that's a return to this pivot where it'll find resistance. Actually, 904. And in fact, if you really rounded that out, it's probably just under 9. You should sell 10 or 20% of your position just under 9 right there. Just because. Okay, it's just proper. You need to take profits at levels, partial profits at levels, just period. Okay, so anyway, the secret is this: every time you step up to the plate, if you intend to hit a single, you will hit a single more frequently
TSLT.
than striking out. But here's the secret. sometimes that pitcher's just going to pitch that ball just right, and you're going to be able to, in the moment, either adjust or it's just going to land just right, and you're going to hit a home run. And that's what happens. That's the secret to hitting home runs in trading, is going for singles, and then all of a sudden you find yourself strapped to a rocket. Can you imagine, Brandon, what would happen if you got in with that 7 cents of risk on that one trade I was showing you, and all of a sudden it blasted off? I guarantee you couldn't get out soon enough to make just a single. I guarantee you it could go into a halt and then open up higher and then move up from there. You'd be sitting in strapped to a freaking rocket. Do you understand? Getting home runs simply happens. Going for home runs is how you strike out for your whole career. I mean, I think I'll have to look it up, but I think like Babe Ruth's, to continue the baseball analogy, I believe Babe Ruth's batting average was really low because he always went for home runs. You had lots of home runs. I mean, yeah, I can count tons of home runs. The home runs come. Those start, like Wheeler is perfect. I got in yesterday. I'm in Wheeler at 237, guys. Down here. This is my entry back here. 237, and I'm still in. But I've been taking partial profits. When it comes back, I don't touch it. But when it keeps going higher, I take partial profits. That's 530% gains up to $15. I did trim. It's important to trim. That's for sure. I have very important swing trade targets that I set to trim at, such as 375, 435, a slide all the way up to 850, and others. I'm out 40% of my position. I still have 60% of my position, though. I still have 60% of my position. But my point is this. I didn't know it was going to go that astronomical, okay? Look, when I got in at 237, my goal was a single. I got in here yesterday. This is yesterday's chart. Look at the prices. I got in yesterday at right here. Midday, bull. This is an ABCD pattern with the intention of generally mostly selling on the return on the way up to the high of the day. That's it. That's called a single. You get in on the dip, down in the bottom, base, midday, ABCD pattern, and then as it returns back up to the high, not counting on it breaking out, because although that can happen, it doesn't happen every time. In fact, it's not the rule. It's the exception. Yeah. So you get in there for the risk back to the top. And then what happened? Okay, I took some profits here as it moved all the way up to that high. And then I took a little profits right there, but I could barely get out in time not to make more money. It was making me more money than I could even get out in time. In other words, this was moving so fast, it's like, I was being strapped to a rocket. And look at it. Watch what happened to the next minute. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, a little pull out. And then, now it's stalled out, and I can decide, okay, what do I want to do? Take a little more profit. This is a typical breakout. Most traders will get in here at 335, hoping for this massive breakout, which happened here in Wheeler's case, so it's kind of a bad example to show you, but that's the exception. Usually the breakouts don't really follow through. They fake out, and then they come back down. But if you get in during the pullback, your risk to stop is low, so your risk unit is small, and then a return to the high or even 50% to the high,
WHLR.
however you want to make your target,
SYTA.
is very likely. It's very likely to retest. Overall, in the grander scheme of things, statistically, right? Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't even go back up and fails out. And you're like, all right, got to clock that trade out. But not only does sometimes it just go to the high and then you get your single, but sometimes it blasts off. And that's what happened here. And when it went up to 670, damn straight I got a little bit off right there. Dook. I took a little bit out. And then when it started to pull back, did I panic? So I know how these go. I'm waiting for tomorrow. I know overnight something that hot is going to continue. So there's a lot baked into my trade and how I decided to hold and all that. But it all started with a single.
VIX.
That's the main point. I was going for a more sure thing and then got caught strapped to a rocket. And that's how, and it's a perfect example today that I'm able to show you that, so sort of life changing for your trading, because that's something that comes once every month or two, maybe 3, something like Wheeler. So you're lucky to be able to have this conversation this morning with me, right, Michael? He knows, Brandon and Ingmar. So, and it all comes from what I said earlier. If you go for, the longer you hold, the lower your win rate percent. And so that should be this like oppressive force on you, just forcing you to make better decisions. I'm looking for a higher win rates. What's that? What's your take on trailing stop loss? No, but you can move stop losses up, but I don't recommend doing it on single pivots. I don't recommend really ever risking to single pivots. So for instance here, this point here, not necessarily the best point, but you have to do what you got to do. Not necessarily the best point to risk to, 650. Over here, a little bit better, 780, because when that happened, but then it broke down, okay, that would have been an exit. Because it stayed at that level for quite a long time. Same thing here, stayed at level for quite a long time. But even better is on that previous day, like the end of the day, you can really see multiple slaps against $4. That's was upside resistance as well, turned support. So that $4 level, and I've taught classes on that where teeth are like this, the support turns to resistance. That upper level, that $4 level, is a great place to put a stop. Something you don't always get that though. The first bull, it wasn't super clear where that stop was going to be, but I told everybody 220. That's right there. Plus some slippage, it is a little bottomy pivot thing here, but I did wait for the bottom reversal, which is happening right now on Wheeler, right now in pre-market, but I don't have a lot of faith in it necessarily yet. I think the real buy is going to come at $5 on Wheeler. And so it bottom reversed, and then I started hunting for an entry, and 237 right here. It's a dip buy entry.
TSLL.
That's okay, Brandon. I would say that after you've experienced a significant gain, it's perfect. It's perfectly fine defense to move once you've taken some partial profits. Once you've taken some partial profits, and it's a significant amount, maybe over 30% of your position, it's pretty much okay. I wouldn't fault anyone. It just depends on what you're trying to achieve. But I wouldn't fault anyone for moving their stop to break even. That ensures you're locking in at least 30% of your position as a profit. It ensures the trade was profitable. But it's not exactly how it works. it's not exactly how
TSLL.
the crowd psychology and the movement's going to be.
WHLR.
It just is sort of a money management technique. It's not a way to have originally approached the trade. You sort of originally approached the trade different than I would have, and that's fine. But like what we teach is how to swing trade these. That's why I'm still in it. Like we day trade singles in order to get in the swing trade on these. Kind of strange, right? So, and that might even be attractive to you because you said you have limited day trades. And so, we do a lot of swing trading. That's our technique. But I like to day trade into those swing trades, which they call trading around a core. I don't sweat the swing trades because on the swing trades, I size to a larger daily chart stop. Except in the case that there's been a very long base put in intraday, then I'll make an exception and make some kind of a stop there if it's at a psychological level, a key level.
WISA.
Yeah, I think you need to just continue to follow me and see how I do it. I don't know how much I'll teach, but I do teach every Thursday night master classes for members of my Discord. My Discord is, free to join. You should come in and just be part of that. But there's a alert service plus master classes that are part of something that you could, that's up to you. I'm not going to push that. They're available to you. And you'll learn what you learn in the meantime just by hanging out from whatever I can teach. But yeah, we go after, like, for example, I was in this one. Let's pull up something. I was in this one before the other day, and then I sold out. So let's just get rid of this. DSY.
BENF.
I got in here on day one at the top at $1.41. It went to $7, and I swung the whole thing, not the whole position, but I took partial profits all along the way. By the time it got up here to $7, what's the Discord handle? Oh, it's in the description of the video link here. I believe. And then you should be able to click that link. So anyway, by the time my position got all the way up here, it was 80% profits and 20% original position. So it had almost flipped to being entirely on the house, if you can imagine that. I had sold by the very top here, I was 80% out, but amazingly enough, the 20% that I had left was at 400% profits. And so 20% got me 400% return, and it was almost the equivalent of not having sold partials all the way up. It was almost the equivalent of still being in the position.
WHLR.
And then on that next day, I sold my free position essentially at a unfortunate 250% gain instead of 400%. But I had sold 80% of it all the way up to 400% gain. So I was very happy.
WHLR.
Do you regret that? No. That's the joke. I'm being funny kind of because no, that's perfectly fine. And do I regret what? Selling partials all the way up? No. See, the thing is, this was essentially a single kind of day trade. Well, it wasn't really a day trade. It was a swing trade with the hopes that this thing would continue, and it did. And we get in swing trades like this,
MPW.
1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 of them per day. Sometimes 10 on some days, and sometimes 0. But the average is probably 1, 2, or 3 per day. And I'm holding 35 of these kinds of swing trade positions right now. Here are some of the others. UAMI. I got in here. been taking partial profits all the way up to here. Then it starts to pull back.
WHLR.
I don't take profits on pullbacks. I take profits as it's going up. And then that created, as it started to burst out, and run again,
WHLR.
that created a new stop level looking back. And that meant I was able to raise my stop. That can also mean in certain situations you can add on. So you can sort of fill up the tank again,
WHLR.
depending. No, regret selling the remainder of your position at 250% profit rather than at the top. Nope. That's what I was saying. Like, would you regret a 250% profit? Look, I got all the way up to 400% profits on 80% of my position.
Benef.
The rest of my position was basically on the house because it was 20% of my position at 400% profits. The other 80% I did sell at 400% profits and 300 and 200. I sold along the way, many of it subject to 400% profits. And then when the trade was over, I got out. It's not always like that kind of cataclysmic type of end. Sometimes it exhausts. So it comes in many different forms. You take what you can get out of a trade. This was a massive home run. This was like a grand slam. Even at that, it was a massive home run, sort of just like a Wheeler. But it starts with just all of these always start with just an initial day like that. Like yesterday, what Hoth? Hoth got in Hoth. Hoth is not following through. SRM I got in yesterday. Look at the wide stop I have on SRM. Back on Daisy, DSY, whatever that was, you might say on that day,
WISA.
why did you take such a wide stop? See, because it looks really wide. And then you go over to SRM and you see, why such a wide stop? But then you go back to Daisy, DSY, and you can see that in the rear view mirror, it really wasn't so wide because the thing went 400, 500%.
WHLR.
You see? So it all starts that way. You don't know it's going to be this is what I kind of was trying to tell you, is that you don't know
WHLR.
it's going to be a home run because you're just opening. The important thing is just to step up to the plate in the right situations. The right situations are catalyst days like that, those big first days. There's Hoth again. That's one. XRTX. Here's one that I'm in. Gone in on the day one. It pulled back. Started to, I didn't write in my stop, but it's in there somewhere. And it's starting to come back up again. Who knows, in a couple of days, what I'm expecting is that it might retrace all the way up to $4, maybe even go back here to this spike, $5.50, $7 on this new run. And why do I think that that's possible? Michael, let's see if you can answer that question. This is what I teach, and let's see if Michael has learned it. There's something on this chart telling me that I could make that kind of a crazy assumption. And it's on the chart. I don't know if Michael's still here. Let's see if he answers.
SIDA.
No. All right, well, Michael still needs more time with me. It's been there before. But what makes me have confidence that it's going to start moving up even, let alone get up to that price, but that it could even get to that price? So, okay, there we go. Now Michael knows what I'm getting at. It's the volume.
Hoth.
It had massive, cataclysmic, unprecedented, historic volume for that company. If you start to zoom out, you can see there is no other day in the history of the company for the last 2.5 years that came even close. This was a once in the lifetime moment for XRTX. So I took swing trade risk to a large stop down here somewhere. I think maybe it is at $1.80. Perhaps it was an intraday base. And
WHLR.
it still hasn't continued, and maybe it won't.
WHLR.
But at least I stepped up to the plate. I've got my bat ready.
WHLR. WHLR.
Let's see what happens. So that's how you swing trade with, proper risk sizing. And this is one of, 20, 30, 40, 50 positions that could eventually be in my portfolio, because I do not risk
SIDA.
all my money on a particular trade like that, because you're not supposed to.
SIDA.
You could learn more about risk from me as these things go on. And you don't, nor do you need to, because with gigantic, gains like Wheeler, or I'm also in Ride. Ride was beautiful. Look at this one. Ride, I got in just the other day, 2 days ago, at 9.16 with a stop at 7. It hit almost 13 the next day, and it may continue today. I have profit targets set all the way to, I believe, $16 on that one, because I had used a different technique to get my profit targets on that, because it's an IPO. There's no
TSLL.
price history above that level. It's what we call blue skies. Blue skies above.
SOXS.
So anyway, we need to start hunting for more opportunities right now. That's kind of like all I have time to be able to like sort of teach,
SOXS.
but I do that every morning. I talk about things. We talk about theory and trading here and there and everywhere. All right, now I need to start the Twitter output, guys. Let me know if when I start the Twitter output, if this YouTube stream starts to get glitchy. Maybe it'll even out at some point. But do let me know, because we're now using a very low latency, almost real-time streaming technique. And if I boot up the Twitter stream, it's going to take a knock to the bandwidth. So we'll see what happens. But here we go. I'm booting up the Twitter stream now. Okay, it's on. The Twitter stream is now on, and we'll be live streaming on Twitter in 1 minute. So I need to prepare a post for that. Give me 1 second, guys, and then I'll answer your comment, Ingmar. 1 moment. Today is September 6th. Scheduled. Why does it say September 5? Timed out. Oh, yeah. However, this one on September 6th is about to happen.
WHLR pulling back.
Yep, there it is. Okay, good. Give me a second to make a post.
AMD. FFIE.
Ah,
WHLR.
yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, post. All right, there we go. All right, so your question was, okay, we had jobs numbers, by the way. Thank you, computer. It's 9 o'clock. We got some JOLTS numbers, I think, at 8:30. Let's go take a look at those real quick and get ourselves warmed up to the market here. Yeah, at 8:30, it looks like we've had a positive result. 4-point uptrend and breakout of the initial information to the upside on the market. And we see rates dropped on that information as well. So it was deflationary, and so it was positive economic numbers. The dollar strengthened on it as well. And if I look at the exact report, let's take a look. We can see it was non-farm payrolls, NFP, and unemployment rate. We were expecting unemployment to be 4.3%, and we actually had a great surprise. It was 4.2%. So better than expected. That's great. I mean, every 0.1% really does count in the economy. It means less unemployment is really good. That's really good for continued thesis towards the Fed cutting rates, which kicks off the business cycle that we've been front running for a year and a half now. And the non-farm payrolls.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Oops, I clicked on something else about Russia.
WHLR.
Non-farm payrolls, we're expecting to add 120,000 jobs in the
WHLR.
U.S. that were not farm-related jobs. That's why they call it non-farm payrolls, NFP. We were expecting to add 120,000 jobs. We added 142,000 jobs. So it's yet another positive. So two sort of jobs related reports came out this morning, and they were both positives. Very nice. And actually, we're also seeing that wages, hourly earnings went up. That's while inflation is going down. That has a compounding geometric effect. One going this way, one going the other way. You get the differential. So things are starting to heat up and look really good with these three reports.
APLD.
All right, so that's probably, though we can't say for sure, but so far we got a multi-point uptrend going on from that information intraday, and that's probably going to kick off a positive day in the market.
UVXY.
So we had that pullback to the stopping of that drop momentum 2 days ago and 3 days ago and yesterday, and we'll be hanging out in this area. And now I think today could potentially work its way.
WHLR.
It might not be so easy or clear cut. We'll see. But that's the good data.
WHLR.
And it's being supported by a drop in rates and a rise in the strength of the dollar, a drop in gold, which is a safety,
WHLR.
and a multi-point uptrend in the markets intraday. So we may see
WHLR.
a green day today, maybe even get above the highs of these last few days would be great. About 30 minutes to an hour into trading,
WHLR.
if
WHLR.
WHLR.
all sectors are moving up simultaneously, that would be a signal
WHLR.
that it's a 1 in 20 day. It's a 1/20th. It only happens about once a month. That would be a signal that it's going to be a nice, smooth, all-day green day. So we'll see if that happens. I don't really know if
WHLR.
there's been enough information released, and it's a Friday, it's usually a low volume day, for that to happen. What was I just about to do? Yeah, I wanted to see next week. What do we got? We got CPI on Wednesday in the morning, and then PPI on Thursday in the morning. CPI and PPI next week, and those are huge. Those are the most important numbers right now. The most important thing to money managers, traders, markets. And so for that reason, today, Friday, low volume, and next week, CPI, PPI, there still might be a lot of just staying in this zone and waiting and staying somewhat paralyzed, waiting for the full picture to be painted with CPI and PPI next week on Wednesday and Thursday. So the next few days, we may stay. Now, market makers may use this today's positive spin to manipulate the market and get you to be buying things up and then drop it on Monday, or and not it, but certain stocks, and they might use this positive spin, but they might do that even today, just intraday. Today could be just chaotic. It could be, we reach all the way up to these highs here, and then midday we come all the way back down, and there's mixed. So that's what we can probably expect today.
WHLR.
Somewhere between that and where the first thing I said. But it's not really a negative. The percent chance that we have a strong red day is probably like 25%. So it exists. It's not zero. So we'll see. Now over on BEMF,
WHLR.
we're hitting that 240 bounce level I talked about. I'm going to go ahead and finish grabbing my
WHLR.
position right there. That'll put my average at, I think I don't have enough funds to I'm all fully allocated now. I don't have enough funds to add more, but this would have been a spot potentially on Benth to add on, get in, whatnot. However, it's not a great sign that it broke down these pivot levels and had been putting in
WHLR.
lower highs along the way. After it had broke that sort of top line resistant trend line, it didn't really follow through.
WHLR.
And in fact, I probably could readjust that trend line to get a better sense of real sentiment going on there, and it's something like that. And so Benf is just failing on top of failing. And so probably if it breaks this bottom pivot at 232, I'm going to go ahead and get out before my full R of risk. I risked all the way to $1.80 when I got in up here. $1.80, way down here. That was wise, right? I'm not even at half a 0.5 R. I'm not even at 0.5 R of a loss yet.
WHLR.
And I got in way up here on the prospect that this upper base
WHLR.
might tighten up, continue, and then start to curve up, and then potentially break out, or we might see something like that at the open. But it's looking like it's failing out. And if it doesn't hold this sort of first bounce level, for me, for the trade that I'm in, I would cut it early there, and then we'll see how it goes on the day when the market opens. A later entry at a lower price may be the right thing to do, but I already have my position and risk on it. So with regards to where I am, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for lower prices right now. I'm already in it. So, but I have to manage my position. I might cut if it were to break that little level right there around the 230s early, and then just let it settle in for lack of follow through, and for it continuing to slam the downside. Not good behavior. So we'll see when it opens though how it behaves, and it probably is gonna not do well, this one Benf. All right, let's move over to Wheeler and see what's going on there. All right, Wheeler continuing to appreciate right before the open. It's kind of not what I want. I would like to see it sell off and to be able to buy in at 5, but I'm already in the position. So that's perfectly fine with me. I'm perfectly okay with that. So, and I have a couple of profit targets set for the retrace through pre-market levels. If they don't hit, that's okay. I'm in it for the swing trade, remember? But if we get a gap up, open, and then a push higher, and then a reject, and then it comes back down over the course of the first 30 or 45 minutes, and then we turn red on the day, that's a bad sign. That's a reversal pattern. And I would then cut it at around here, 950 or 10 or wherever we opened when it returned back down to the red high level. If we just bleed out red and we don't bounce at 5, well, that'll be what I get. And that's, I still have 60% of my position. I had sold 40% all the way up, and that's just the way it goes. Brandon, you guys, you can't cry baby about not getting some maximum. I'm already in a great place, even if it pulls back and I have to get out at a lower price. It's not about trying to get the maximum. It's about trying to stay within, sort of like on a bowling alley when they put the kiddie lanes on, the guides, the boundaries on. It's about staying within the framework of what keeps you in the trade for it to progress to monstrous highs. I mean, like Wheeler could hit, all the way up to here, 30. It could retrace all the way up to 30, and we were talking about that last night in masterclass. And you remember, Michael, last night, what did I say? I said, hey, it could probably hit 9 this morning. It's like nailing it right on the button, but also it went to 15 in pre-market. I told you. And that would happen at 4 a.m., just like I said, and that it would fade by 7 a.m. It would start cracking down back to where it started. Now, this has been a positive change. I didn't expect this. Nice run here, but that's why I doubt it, actually. I don't really believe in this move. I think we need to get back to 5 before we really bounce. However, I get it. It bounced at yesterday's high. That's what this thicker, faint line is on this chart. It's yesterday's high. And it bounced right there. That was certainly a good point. It just looked like such a momentary passing level that I thought that perhaps it would have been smarter to choose 5, a level that was solidly put in for hours upon hours. 5, even 550 to 5, that area there. So we got 18 minutes till the market opens, and we know we're following Wheeler, and there's a psychological level you should get a little bit more out on, Brandon. 950. That's right underneath this base here, and then 10. If you want to wait till 10, the return to 10, then that would be 989 or 987. You don't wait for 10 or 999. If you want a $10 exit, that's 987. You have to get in before everybody else because you never know. The closer it gets to 10, the more resistance, the more orders people will have at 10. And so the people who know that put their orders in at 999. And so the people who know that put their orders in at 998. And so and it goes on and on and on. The most reliable exit is probably under 990 at some level that's not 989. And I've seen it a million times. I've seen it hit 987 and sometimes not 988. I've seen it hit the 0.87, but not the 0.88. So 0.87 is a much more reliable place to take off. But it depends. Like the way you have your risk set up, I would be taking every 50 cents probably. Underneath 950, you probably could have taken another 10% off at 947, something like that. Which just transpired. And you should be completely okay with the higher win rate of that versus trying to hang on to all your shares for a unlikelihood, for a let's call it this, for a lesser likelihood. It will affect your win rate. Everything's going to change for you based on what I told you. Not just now and in this trade, which is already kind of not done in a way that you probably would now want to do the trade based on everything I told you, but future trades. You got one trade, no mental stop loss at 9 and a walk away green. You can exit multiple times and it still counts as one single day trade if you got in with one trade. It depends on which brokerage you're with, but multi-in and multi-out, depending on the brokerage, should count as one day trade, so long as you didn't buy again. So in other words, so long as all the exits are after all the entrances, it shouldn't affect it. But one of the ways to really secure it is to make sure that one of those sides is all and the other side is partial. So if you were getting in partially, to avoid pattern day trading rule, you would need to exit in a single moment. If you wanted to exit partially, you'd need to have gotten in a single moment. So it depends on the brokerage, but there you go. Yeah, multi-in could mean only one exit. See, you're really tying your hands in that scenario. Doing things kind of backwards. You're not setting yourself up to be able to partial through a home run. You're setting yourself up to be nervous about getting out at some point that you think is going to be good enough, which you shouldn't have to fucking deal with and think about like that. You should just mechanically be exiting at partial points all along the ride. You should have set yourself up to be able to mechanically exit at partial points all along the ride for whatever the ride gives you, right?
PLT.
Yeah. And so to do that, possibly, depending on the brokerage and the PDT rule that you're under, you probably need
PSNY.
to enter all at once
BDNF.
initially. You can check with your brokerage to be sure. All right, 13 minutes
East.
left. Do you use any kind of volume scanner to catch these pops? Yeah, absolutely. You don't see the rest of my screens. I have 4 screens, multiple screens here going on, but on a quarter of one of my 4K screens, I have about 25 different scans running, which return an average of 30 symbols each. So it's about 700 symbols constantly sifted to the top of my interest that I just go throughout the day. But I do have one called RVol Pops. So literally, one of them is called RVol Pops, means relative volume. It's having a high volume pop. Those don't show up in pre-market because of the way I've got that programmed. But I have small cap Momo watch list, and that's showing Wheeler, BEMF, and BLMZ. Oh, by the way, I need to watch BEMF. Okay, we had a nice little supportive bounce at 233. So it appears that support's at about 230. I would not like to see BEMF drop support, 230. Even though my stop's all the way down at $1.80. It's just not good. I would probably still cut it. But I sized it to hold through, a swing trade. I talked about that in the masterclass a couple weeks ago. To get into a position, you can hang on. Let's take a look at this BLMZ. Anyway, to finish that thought, you get into a position you can get in sized as a swing trade earlier in the day, and then you can day trade out of it or even day trade around it. That's called trading around a core. And there's multiple ways to handle that. You can open a swing trade, see where it goes. If it doesn't follow through, you can cut it early. BLMZ. All right, let's pull it up. Yeah. I do not like that most pops are followed by drops. There's very little follow through, and there's a lot of whiplash. I do like that it's kind of teeing up and it's getting up to a upper level, and we're having some higher lows. But I don't think any breakouts or pops are going to be followed through. They might be big, but they might not follow through. And for that reason, they will be difficult to trade if you do not have a high frequency trading brokerage account that you have set up somewhere, like Dash Trader. So this one, BLMZ, does not look good. Blooms to be able to trade. Every pop is being met with drops instantaneously. That's probably because it has some, well, it's a new IPO, so I was thinking maybe it has warrants or offerings going on. Maybe not, but it does seem to be a failure. We love these IPOs though. DSY, that was one, and look at BYU before. This is what can happen, by the way. Look at BYU if you're not careful. You got to be taking partial profits all the way up. By the time you get up here on such a trade like that, you should be 80, 90% out of your position. And then it makes this drop here, first trade day, and then it starts to go terrible on this day. Hopefully you're watching, that day when it's doing that. You'd want to make sure that you get out somewhere along this red ride down, but with no problems. This is not a problem if you've been getting out and you have only a little teeny piece left by the time you get to the top. You got your single, a double, a triple. You've got a little bit of a home run, and you have a little bit left, and then boom, they're not too good. That wasn't instantaneous. I watched it. It moved down throughout the day. You get out somewhere in here, you did great. That's like a 300% gain on your remaining 10%, to say nothing of like the 800% gain from here to here. You got on 90% of your position.
WHLR.
That's the way you do it. You don't know what to expect. You don't expect this, but this happens sometimes. Sometimes you get strapped to a rocket. You just got to step up to the plate. You never know when it's going to be a home run. You don't really know. I need a glass of water. All right, the markets are looking good, nice and perky. Pole positioning on the intraday right before the open. We've got about 8 minutes to the open.
SPXS.
Other tickers possibly coming to the fore. Nope, we are on the ball on all of them. I mean, there's Saita, but I think that looked good. Let's take another look at it. I can't remember what was wrong with it. Yeah, that's not looking good. Today there might not be much
XPOR.
else, and Wheeler might not
Cheap
follow
stock.
through. It's Friday, low volume day. So we'll see if anything's going on at the open. We'll try to do something. And if nothing happens, nothing happens. And if we lose some trades, we lose some trades. And then the stream will remain active. I'll take my first break.
WHLR.
And throughout the day and midday, maybe we see something forming. Another thing that can happen is a whole new stock could suddenly pop and come in front of our
PLTR.
eyes midday, sometimes late day. That can be the best because then nobody has time to get all in. And then it goes into the weekend and you get 2.5 days of hype over something that's just newly come to the fore
LUNR.
to people's attention. And then Monday, pre-market, you get a strong move and then potentially some continuation when the market opens. So there's lots of opportunity throughout the day today, despite it being a Friday and despite there not being a ton of good opportunities. And we'll see. And I'm in a bunch of positions as well, so I'm going to be checking on those as we're trading this morning.
SYTA.
TMF.
SYTA.
I'm going to put the most active positions on the right here. That's Wheeler and Bempf. You don't see that. It's on my other screen. And some things that we're watching potentially on my other 3-day trading slots. I have basically what we have here. I have multiple of these kind of strips, sort of like day trader strips, if you will, on another screen.
SITA. AMD.
FFIE.
AMD.
WHLR. IoT. Big spread.
So, BLIMS, BLMZ, blooms, may pop, may spike, may even halt up. But I'm not interested because every pop up is being met with sell off. It's a trap. And the liquidity is a little bit low, I noticed. So don't feel bad if blooms goes and leaves us behind. Not so sure I would touch it. Maybe midday we could look back at it and go, damn, that actually turned out to be good. And it starts to form some kind of a base and we can get in on the second round. But I don't like it's going to need to prove it first. Other stocks already have proven it in pre-market or like yesterday with Wheeler, which also had a great pre-market. No, maybe it didn't. But had a nice liquid day. Very liquid. Yeah, and another regarding volume, I also have a top volume list. It gives me the top volume, like the top 100
SYTA.
volume movers on the market, and then sorted by, out of those top 100, sorted by how much of a percentage positive move they've made. So that sort of puts the red ones at the bottom of the list, and then I cut it off by making the window short, and I'm only looking at the big gainers then. Top volume, that's a top volume list. RVol pops, I have a 5-minute Momo scanner. I got the squawk going. Squawk in my ear. Which is calling out different names and titles of things that are happening. And then I we trade high growth stocks here using put credit spreads, or you can use shares with the high growth stock trading system for other members. So we look at those potentially throughout the morning or midday or throughout the day, and then I send out alerts during power hour towards the end of the day. Alerts aren't good to go out until end of day typically, because why alert something at the beginning of the day if you're not sure if that's how that day is going to end up, right? I mean, that kind of makes sense. And so we wait to the end of the day to send out alerts to members. All right, we're ready. 2 minutes and 45 seconds until the market opens. And we're watching Wheeler for potential continuation. I'm ready to buy it more at 5. Maybe it'll have one little burst and I'll get one more exit and be 50% out at 11. We'll see what happens. That's Wheeler. I'm ready to buy the dip at 5 though. Or potentially I'll probably even get a little piece at 650 in case it bounces there again. But the biggest, longest level is 5. And then I'm watching BENF, but this seems to be failing out now right before the market opens. BENF. I'll probably hit the flatten button on that if it starts to fail out at the open.
SEDG pulling back.
And it kind of didn't follow through, so I'm not really expecting it to bounce and go long. BENF. It needed to not do what it did, which is fail out. But things can turn around. A strong move up, breaking a pivot on BENF. Here, breaking like this pivot here. Yeah, that'd be strong. You know, could easily smash through $3 and then through the pre-market high of 315 at that point. So everything changes in the moment. There are no absolutes. What are they saying? Sith Lord? Only a Sith Lord deals in absolutes. There are no absolutes in trading. It's all discretionary, arbitrary, kind of an aesthetic thing from experience. You use techniques and tools, but those are, technically those are arbitrary. They just are tool. There's no right or wrong. There's only sort of better or worse.
WHLR.
There's no absolutes.
WHLR.
All right, 30 seconds to the open.
WHLR. WHLR.
How many different voices can say? It's like having a multiple personality disorder and hearing all these voices in your head. How many different voices can say WHLR? WHLR. Okay, here we go. Yeah, BENF is failing out. I'll give it a second to get bought up, and then I'll probably flatten out of it if it gets worse. It's getting bought up potentially. BENF. Wheeler is going green. It's looking kind of exciting.
WHLR.
Some more buyers out there. Oh wait, now it's turned red, and it has dropped to 850.
Zimfast pullback.
On Wheeler.
Cheap stock. GHSI pulling back.
Well, BENF is holding.
WHLR pulling back. WHLR fast pullback.
Wheeler is not going to happen. It looks like it may just be red all day, which is kind of good and healthy for it to continue. If it had pushed up and then turned red in about 30 minutes, that would have been worse. Lay's, something that I'm in, just got another profit point on that. Yes, Lay's continues. And I have my profit point set on that. Very nice.
Nio.
Continuation. So we have a red
Mara.
upper gap up open on Wheeler, which is not great.
Big spread.
I might even flatten
APLD.
and simply get in again at some
TZTX
point.
pulling back.
Benf is working out.
Voth.
I'm already in that position. I'd say if it gets over
APLD.
2.5, 5, like 2.56,
WHLR pullback.
that could be an
Osana.
entry on Benf.
ASRT.
G.
FFIE.
And it is not.
VOR. BFI. Cheap stock.
COSK. G.
Volt.
PD pulling back.
VOR.
BLMZ is tightening.
VOR.
Riot.
That's a good thing. It's probably going to pop. But again, I think you can only HFT scalp
VOR.
that, high frequency
GLMB
trade
pulling
scalp
back.
that
WHLR.
with a high-end HFT system. There it goes. It just popped BLMZ from 144 to 150.
Here is.
Now it's pulling back to 149. It's probably going to attempt to return to 159 and potentially break out.
Move.
Wheeler's bouncing a little bit at 8.
G. WHLR.
Benf is failing out, it looks like.
VOR.
Gonna get a little bit of a zoom up
XPON.
so I can make a decision
Cheap
on that.
stock.
Okay. I don't like these
Half
little
pulling
new
back.
things they put in TradingView. I gotta take those off. What are you showing me?
TVTX.
Benef.
Key facts today. Get off of there. Okay.
TSLL pullback.
Bit of support on the Benf open.
VOR.
Some support at 8 on Wheeler. Will it be the start of momentum? I don't know.
MBLY.
There's not a shitload of
WHLR pulling back.
DENF.
buying going on. Only a little bit. It may not be enough on Wheeler.
UVIX.
BDNF.
SIDA.
All right, there goes Benf. And if it can break the opening range of 249, so basically getting over 249 or 250
Spread.
Benef.
is an entry on Benf with a stop to, I would still say $1.80 to be safe.
MBLY.
Unless you're going for that little day trade home run,
Mara.
stop at 220, low of the day.
APLD.
From 250 is a 30-cent stop, and that would be for a single, which would be taking partial profits all the way up to the pre-market high of 3.2 from 2.5, which would give you about a 2.5 or 3 to 1 return on your money.
Benef.
AGX.
Hoth.
Oh, it said BenF. Did you hear that? Yeah. So it was talking about
PPD
Benf.
pulling back.
WHLR.
AAL. Northeast
YEXT.
pulling back.
Okay, this Wheeler
EVA fast pullback.
looking like it's going to fail out.
BOF. APLD.
Path.
APL.
Okay, I'm flattening out of Wheeler,
pullback.
and I can get more
G. Benef.
Bull pulling back.
if it turns around
GRAL fast pullback.
or has a bounce.
WHLR pulling
I'm
back.
out of Wheeler. Swing trade position, or whatever you want to call it, that I had
FBLG.
with the ability to get back in
FBLG.
should something happen. And like I said, Blooms, is having that pop,
VOR.
FBLG.
and it might be something I get in on a second wave later. But nice move on Blooms. Hard to be in it
Mara.
unless it's a high frequency trading setup. That's what I mentioned before. Okay, now the market itself, yeah, looking good. Let's take a look at that real quick. And then we'll see if there's any new opportunities
BW.
on the day.
Path.
Yeah, it's basically happening as I said. It could be a kind of neither here nor there doji-like day today on the market.
WISA.
WISA. WHLR.
But most unlikely is a big red sell-off.
WISA.
Probably most likely, because of the next 4 or 5 days, the way they're laid out, is a manipulative back and forth, somewhat positive day.
SGLY pulling back.
G. Voth.
Yeah, Wheeler keeps failing out. I'd like to get in. I think it's probably going to do it a bounce again at 650.
Path.
to where I would need to put a stop at 4. So that's $2.50 a risk. But I also want to save some powder for grabbing some at 5.50 and 5. Yeah, BLMZ actually hit $1.74 now, and it's surprising how it's not getting sold off yet. Ooh, very nice on BLMZ.
WISA.
Too late to get in now. Limit yourself to only getting in on dips. All right, BEMF is now failing out of the initial push at the open, so I'm going to go ahead and flatten out of that. That's just not good behavior. That's not behavior we want. If it turns around, then it's behavior we want. Same thing with Wheeler. But at the moment, it's definitely not behavior that we were looking for.
SWBI pulling back.
For it to
AAL.
break out to the top side, then come back down and break out the bottom side. Not good behavior. That's not momentum. That's not the kind of momentum we're looking for. All right, Wheeler is perking up,
IDR pulling back.
but it's not 4 points to an uptrend.
WHLR. WHLR.
So I'm watching
Jack
Wheeler
pulling back.
potentially to get in,
Bull pulling back.
and that stop would still probably be 6.50.
ESOA pulling back.
From 9 will be $2.50 a risk. So if I want to get in around 9 or 9.50, it's about $2.50 or $3 of risk,
Pulling back.
WHLR.
WHLR.
and it's an A setup. So okay, I just calculated the number of shares I needed to get should Wheeler start to strengthen up, and I would need to see just one more pivot point on the right side here. So essentially you need to see it pull back. I'd be hunting to get my shares in on a pullback potentially on Wheeler if Wheeler starts to shoot up. That's nice. That'll be that first initial strong move we talked about in Masterclass last night.
PACB.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Sort of the left side that you can work with.
Northeast pulling back.
What is this northeast? What are they talking about? NNE?
Sim pulling back. PACB.
I don't know. Maybe. I think that's what they're talking about. Wheeler is halted. It didn't say that in the SWOT.
PACB.
Crazy. Because that wasn't really that strong of a move, but it was enough. It was enough to halt it.
East pullback.
That's really good. That's a really good thing. That's going to add some
pulling back.
excitement to the stock that Wheeler is halted, and it could now make a run all the way to 15 pre-market high and break out and try to get to $20. A halt like this is a very good, strong, exciting sign. And the candlestick is now a bottoming tail green candle with giant gap in between there. It's looking good. Retrace to 30 could happen in after hours tonight or even today. The stock remains hot. A halt to the upside is good. Rommel, you did learn a lot last night. Yeah, nice.
BENF.
Brandon, are you in or out? You may have gotten out when I got all out. I don't know. You're under the restriction of a day trade, pattern day trade situation. Okay, pattern day trade situation. So you mean you played it correctly. There's nothing you can do. You know, you're screwed by the pattern day trade restriction. You had to do what you had to do.
BENF.
Well, you have one more. Okay.
Pullback.
It'll be important to get in on a pullback. Out of a halt, that could be really quick. So,
PLD.
if you do, try and make it on a pullback. However, you know, yeah. You're entering high volatility moment now. I too will also. So I got to sort of plan on if I were to get in at 10 with a stop to 650. That's $3.50 of risk. So I got to size my position accordingly. Okay. So somewhere between 115 and 130 shares. So I'll set it to 100 or maybe even 50. No, yeah, 50. And I'll take it in pieces. What I'll do is I'll take it in 430 share pieces. That'll get me around 120 shares. When I'm seeing moments I want to get in,
SOX.
I'll have to do it with a market order and set it today here. And ideally, I'd like to
BDNF.
see a nice multi-candle red pullback happen, but I don't think that's going to happen. It depends. I mean, this thing is hot, hot, hot. And this halt ignited it. It wasn't hot since hitting 15 in pre-market. It's been fading and fading and fading, and it hasn't been looking good. But this halt puts a whole bunch of excitement behind the stock. All right, I gotta check on all my other holdings and make sure there's nothing I need to pay attention to. Like I've got this one AGMH, which is pulling back pretty big today. Got to take a look at that a little closer in a moment here.
MBLY.
AGMH.
Laura.
SMMT pulling back.
TDTX.
All right, I have a second to look at that. AGMH, and then we come back to Wheeler. Okay, there's really nothing terrible going on there. All right, back to Wheeler, and the time it halted, so we can expect at least when coming out of the halt was 9:38 and 35 seconds. Okay, so it will resume in 60 seconds at 9:43
East.
and 35 seconds. 9:43 and 35 seconds. Wheeler will resume trading. The thing about the excitement is the excitement could cause a short squeeze because I'm sure people tried to short this at the top. That could cause a short squeeze. So on top of excitement, excitement could create more excitement and short squeeze. So we have almost a triple leveraging buy side.
East.
What's the word? Perfect storm. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. Please don't read into that. All right, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7,
RVSA.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is. It's out of the halt and it's resuming exactly where it left off. I'm happy with taking my first piece right there then. Why couldn't I get it? I don't have enough buying power because where? What? I've flattened out of other positions. Okay, it's pulling back. You guys watch it for a first green candle. That will be when to grab some. I need to find some places to take some profits somewhere and shore up some money if I want to get in. Actually, I think it's halting down. I believe, yes, it halted down. All right, so you got lucky that it didn't signal. I tried to get in and I got lucky. I tried to get in for about a 1/4 position and it didn't fill. But what would have happened is I would have only been in for 1/4 position.
Cheap stock.
Because after that move down, there's no signal. That's not a signal. We want green. We want a green signal. Yeah, it wasn't the time to get in necessarily. Like the way you just do. Like the way you do. Brandon, because you have to get in a full position, whereas I could partial in. Because of your PDT, you need to get a full position. Because of that, you need to definitely wait for a pullback. Maybe you saw a pullback and you got in. Well, then it halted down. So maybe you got a good price after all. But if you got like 944 fill, that's not good. And that would have been sort of a breakout style entry. So we have different trading styles going on because of different scenarios. I'm not under PDT and I can take multiple entrances. And so I was able to get quarter size. You are under PDT, so you need to more strictly try to attempt to only limit yourself to getting in on pullbacks. If something takes off without you, you wait for the pullback. And that's okay. It's a learning, experience. Hey, and by the way, it may gap open up. Who knows what's going to happen here? But if this should cause it to move down to 6.5, that's where I'm going to get in. You are in your trade. I understand you might need to get out at a certain point. I don't know where
AFIB.
you sized your stop
Cheap
to,
stock.
but you know,
BNF.
make sure you follow your rules
BENF.
because this could go down to 6.5 and break through that and go to 5, like I've been talking about all morning. $5 is my buy level that I think is a good spot for it to settle in at. Things will be a lot more clear in midday on the stocks. $500 shares at 9:30. But I don't know what your risk to stop is. Like, how much you're okay with losing. How much are you okay with losing on one trade?
APLD.
BENF. APLD pullback.
AFIB.
Off.
Cheap
MODD.
stock.
I just got a profit target on Neon. 20%, no more. No, I mean dollars. How many dollars? What is your fixed dollar per trade loss amount?
TVTS.
MODD.
You need to know that. You need to have that in mind.
RVSN. Cheap stock.
BOF.
How much are you okay with losing in dollars per trade? Risking per dollars in trade per trade. What was that? I saw something move. Okay, no. Don't really have one. Well, you need to start making one. Ideally, you want that to be 1%
TVTX.
of your
All
account.
pulling off.
BENF.
If you had a $10,000 account, that'd be $100.
In 20 seconds.
You don't want it to be more than 1%, or it's kind of unsustainable and could get wiped out within
TVTX.
6 months, maybe 8 months.
Off.
If it's 2%. If it's higher than 2%, it could get wiped out even sooner than that. What do you have? What's 1% of your account, if you don't mind sharing that with me? I mean, I understand you don't want to be
BENF.
saying things, but I am trying to help you. So I'm going to give you exact kind of like numbers to think about. Okay, so $70, and
WHLR is expected to
if you wanted your stop to be, say, low of the day, 770, or the 650 level, which I was talking about earlier, like nice and conservative, way down at 650. Let's call it even. Okay, here the stock opened. Hold on, let's watch it for a second.
WHLR resumed.
It's getting bought up. It's opened for trading. It's getting bought up, and now it's dropping. You might have to punch exit. It's not looking good. However, I could tell you this, that it would start getting bought up probably around 650, if not 7. But I don't think you can sustain that kind of loss. Hang on, hold on. Open it. Don't exit. It's getting bought up. Hold on.
BENF.
Don't exit. We're seeing buying action. Hold on. Let's let this minute
WHLR pulling back.
transpire. Hold on. Let's let this candlestick get put in. Remember, this is educational purposes broadcast. I'm not responsible for your losses. Your financial decisions are your own.
WHLR.
Educational program. I'm only here guiding it for educational purposes. You do what you want to do. You could already be out for all I know. Anyway, it's not looking good. We're coming to the end of this candlestick, and it's not looking good. However, let's see what the next candlestick does. Okay, we are on the next minute now.
BENF.
If it were to break the low of that prior candlestick, that is bad. Here it goes. It looks like it might do that. And this is sort of like what we should expect because this stock is not doing well.
WISA.
WISA.
So if it breaks that low, 770, the prior candle, that's probably not good. However, it could bounce at 7 or 650, but there's no assurance of that either. The next thing I was going to say is this is actually a decent sign. If we close green, if this candle can close green on this pullback, I may get in.
BENF.
WHLR.
And we got 12 seconds left on the candlestick. Looks like it's going to close red. Come on. Close green. I will only get in for a quarter position initial buy because this is still a little iffy. There we go. All right, I'm getting in a little bit there. However, only for a quarter position, but with a little bit of follow through on this next candlestick, I could add. Without follow through, I'll probably cut. Okay, you're getting some follow through. Hopefully you're still in, Brandon. You are getting lucky here. You got too much size, by the way. So on this strength, right here even, you should probably get out 10% of your position just to de-risk. So should this thing flush and blast to the downside,
APLD.
you've at least mitigated your risk a little bit. 10%. 500 shares was too much. Probably should have got something closer to 40 or 50 shares according to your risk. So you're at about 10 times your risk. You could lose $700 because of the size of your risk, just because of the way this stock should have been risked. You are at about 10 times higher risk than you should be at.
TVTX.
But it seems to be holding. I'm going to grab another portion right there. Oh, I don't even have enough available funds at the moment because I'm fully allocated in other things to get any more, but I would have added on right there.
SRM.
And I'd just be going for a single at this point. I'd just be taking out at like a little bit under 850. I'm going to go ahead and put that order in now in case that swishes up there
Hot
at
pullback.
847. A little at 837 as well.
BDNF.
And more at 895. Now, all of that I might have to flatten out. None of it might work. We'll see what happens here in just a moment. It's not looking great.
SRM.
But you see, I'm in at a quarter of a position size. You're in at 1,000%, 10x of a position size. I mean, you have so many things to work on in your trading in order for it to be sustainable. It'll never work to multiple things that are going on in your trading. You're going to be bald by 25. I don't know how old you are. No, it's not sustainable. I can say that not as like a general advice. I can say that mathematically, because I know the math of the risks. I've been trading for 25 years. So I know the math behind the risks of different risk sizes and where you put your stops, and if you keep doing that over and over, how long you'll last. What you've just done, you could wipe out your account in 3 weeks.
UVIX.
That was way too much size. All right, so we have slowed the momentum to the downside here.
UVIX.
Sats pulling back.
But if it wants to continue
Oric
down,
back.
it will. If it doesn't want to hold that low of 770,
TVTX.
it will, and I will cut, and I'll only be at a quarter position size.
BOF. PSNY.
And you had an opportunity to de-risk at around 820. There it is, flatten. I'm out. It's probably going to halt. Going down to 725.
APLD pulling back.
I'm sure, Brandon, I don't know what you're doing. I'm sure you're pulling your hair out and you're very frustrated. And this is a very nerve-wracking moment for you. So I don't mind. I totally understand if you need to take a break. And I'll catch you later. I feel that. I know what it's like.
APLD. BNF.
So, but let's continue to learn,
WHLR pullback.
and over the next few days and weeks,
APLD pulling
fix all these little issues.
BENF.
Yeah, I'm very sorry for you, Brandon. That would have been, properly, that would have been, maybe it went a little further than you would have expected. That might have been a $90 loss. Properly risked. Worst case. Best case is you didn't get the signal to get in.
BOF.
So somewhere between not even getting in
WHLR.
and a little bit more than a typical loss at $90
NRIX pulling back.
would have been how to do that if you follow all my techniques.
BOF.
OMA.
And that just leaves you ready to bat again the next day. And that $90 risk could turn into a $350 gain the next day on something, or over the course of a few days on something. And it makes up for it. So slowly we need to, you probably need to dial back kind of hard,
WHLR.
fast, and slowly work from this new level that you're at.
BOF.
Rommel says, that happened to me 3 years ago. I lost $16,000. Oh, it's happened to everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's Rommel. He definitely, yeah. And you won't. It's gonna feel different. It's gonna feel better though, and it's gonna suck at the same time because it's gonna take a long time to start to get the recovered. But it's gonna be smoother. It's gonna be healthier. It's gonna be more manageable. It's gonna, hopefully, fingers crossed, be working, and it'll be just what the doctor ordered to get you eventually to where things are opening up more for you, in the coming weeks and months,
Be pulling back.
because nothing else is gonna.
BOF.
You can't do anything else. You can't revenge trade. That makes it worse. Yeah. So I totally understand everything you're going through, Brandon, and I think we all do. And I've been through it myself, probably many times.
BOF.
For some, I'm not sure what Rommel's specifically talking about, but he says that's the reason I like the way you teach. I think maybe he's talking about how I always have the best interest of you being able to manage and control risk in mind. I believe that might be what he's talking about. And Marcus said, yes, sir. Been there. Definitely done that.
BPX pulling back.
All right, let's look at Benth. Oh, look at Blooms. Blooms is the one that I wrote off the most, is doing the best. And this is exactly what I would like to see. So what's happening now is we're getting that left side, front side of the trade that we talked about in class last night on Blooms. And so Blooms is going to start to provide a potential pullback entry. But as you are aware, the pullback entry signals now that it's extended in a couple of minutes. There's a big drop there.
BOF.
May turn out to be false. Okay, so first thing we need to look at is what's the bid-ask spread on these. We like them to be really tight by a penny. This one is, yeah, a penny wide. That's good. Good.
WHLR.
The prior price action. Let's take a look at it. BLMZ. It's a recent IPO, so it's probably not going to get offered into. So it's probably free and clear to run. This is a big first day, off at the bottom, IPO, bottom reversal. This is one of those situations. I would risk to the bottom of today's candle, somewhere around 140 for a swing trade on this. But I'm going to get it on the pullback. I'm going to try to size in via day trading technique. So therefore, $1.40 stop, let's call it $2 entry is where I'm seeking. $1.40 stop, that's 60 cents of risk per share. In Brandon's case, he can risk $70 per trade. He used to be able to. He would then get $70 divided by 0.6, 115 shares on pullback here with the intention of holding for multiple days. And that can work because that's not a day trade. Now me, I find this to be a trade setup. So I go 4 times that. Not Brandon's, but my typical risk of $100 becomes 400. So I need to get 666 shares. The devil. I'm going to actually do that. I'm going to type in 666, but I'm not getting in yet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get in 111. I'm going to type 111. I'm going to get 6 orders bought up of 111 to eventually accumulate a 666 position. And you can do that, by the way, Brandon. You can get partial entries knowing that you're buying in the dip
PLAB
and that
pulling
this is
back.
going to be something that you could potentially
WMC
swing trade.
pulling
Now,
back.
again, educational purposes only. I do not make
Neon
your
pulling
financial
back.
decisions for you. Let's have that clear so there's no
pulling back.
lawsuits later. But, you assume your own risks. But that is something that could be done given the situation like Brandon's because he's under PDT.
MBLY.
But the proper way to size this would be for you to get, what did I say? How many shares did I say for you, Brandon?
SPLY pulling back.
70 divided by 0.16.
APLD.
115 shares. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that's the correct size. Okay, that was a green candle. That's it. Buying market.
Pullback.
That's the entry. Oh, what? I don't even have enough funds available to buy. That's it, you guys, though. That was the moment to get the entry. And potentially multi-leg in. Because this thing is probably going to bull midday and you'll be able to get some more pieces. But maybe not, and maybe it gets carried away, and then now maybe you only have a smaller position because you partialed in and you didn't get a chance to get all in, and that's okay. Just be okay with how these things happen, because eventually they happen in a sequence
WISA.
that gets you in all in perfectly at all the right levels, and then they go, so you just got to adhere to the rules. Anyway, who got in? That's BLMZ entry at around $2.07 for the first piece of building a position on BLMZ.
VOR.
Heartbreaking, but Wheeler's back to 838. Don't look at it. Don't look at it, Brandon. No. Tomahawk, don't tell him. There you go. Don't let him know. Don't look at it. It'll make you sick. But actually, there probably is a realistic entry point of once it breaks over 10 for a swing trade with a stop at 6.5. $3.5 of risk. Okay, we're getting a pullback for potential second entry position. Now, my problem was I had too much size. I still want to start getting some pieces here. All right, I'm going to be watching this for a pullback.
AF pulling back.
Entry. BLMZ now acting like the end of the left side run, right, Michael, and everybody who were in class last night? You saw the left side, how when it tops out, those pullback entries start failing. And they get their lows broken. That's topping behavior.
BENF.
And when that happens now, we need to get a 4-point downtrend is going on. So I can't really draw it here because I can't do overlay drawing, but we have a 4-point downtrend going on like this. It's kind of hard to draw for you to see. Yeah, you can't see it, but anyway, it's from here, 2, 3, and then we broke down right there. That's 4-point downtrend. We need a trend reversal to be considered going sideways. So we probably have a base coming in the future, and that's it for the left side of the move
NRIX pulling back.
until proven otherwise.
WHL.
And now we need to piece into this over the next 2 or 3 hours. And that's good because I need to build up my available cash because I don't even have enough cash to get very much position anyway right now because I'm in other things. I can cut out of something. Lays is up 44% since entry. Woo-wee! Look at her go. I gotta double check that I've got exit set on that. Yes, I have additional exit set. Next exit's at 667. So we'll see that going. Ingress for sort of penny stocking, which are these small capping, almost no indicators. Just volume and price. Because it'll be too late by the time any of those indicators mean anything.
WHLR.
Back to PLMZ. But for growth stock trading, I use a whole bunch of other indicators to give me all kinds of information. Like here's Apple, moving averages and such. Oh, a whole bunch of things.
WHLR.
But for just small capping, swing trading, and day trading, Not very much, because these things move too fast for any indicator to catch up to just what's actually happening. Okay, so we got 4-point downtrend going on BLMZ. This may kick in a
FCD.
base,
Cheap stock.
but for that we need to have a bottom reversal. Remember from class last night? So we're waiting to get some kind of a bottom reversal put in on BLMZ. Pullback, 4-point downtrend reversed, which will take 4-point swing uptrend in the downtrend just to reverse it and put us into a base. At that point, then we can start hunting for additional entries. Some of you may have gotten in at about 208 at about a quarter or a fifth position. That's what I would have done.
WHLR.
And you're looking for 4 more entry points throughout the day now to build into this maybe continuing. So we'll see. I'll let you know. In the meantime, I got to free up some more funds. Let's see here.
East. Lays pulling back.
G.
WHLR fast pullback.
WHLR fast pullback. Is that true?
East.
Yeah. Although fast down and slow
Lays
up,
pulling back.
not good.
East.
Fast down,
Path.
slow up, not good. That's downtrend behavior. Ingrid says, so it's all about reading the chart candles on the penny stocks. Yeah, it's all about the price moving.
ESTS pulling back.
You can't use indicators on those. It's just happens too fast. You're much better using pivot point type trading style for day
BSTS.
trading and for
East.
now for market trading and those guys, you can either go ICT, which I know how to do, or you can go, RSI or MACD or moving averages or pivot point trading or supply and demand zones. There's a lot of different methods for market trading, for indexes, for
East.
futures and the likes. But for stocks, yeah, it's entirely different. All right, we're getting our first move up off of that 4-point downtrend. That's not an entry, remember?
G.
We need to see that the downtrend is over. Does everybody remember that from class last night? We now are at the point where we had a failed entry signal,
East.
and that means the top of this front side of the trade or this
WHLR
left side of the
pullback.
trade might be in. And we need to wait for
MD pulling
this
back.
multi-point downtrend to do its thing,
East.
and eventually somewhere it will
East.
reverse and settle in. And when it reverses, it doesn't mean
Course.
that it's moving up now.
WHLR.
It simply means the downtrend is negated and therefore it's sideways. At that point, we would need one
East.
more pivot point breakout to the upside to now be in an uptrend. We looked at some of that last night. So right now, if price gets above 220, we're now sideways. It's actually so close to the top though that anything could happen if that should happen.
East pullback.
So it gets advanced. I wouldn't want to see that, just so I could show you guys that this thing, how we can follow the model. If this thing could just follow model behavior, that'd be great. BLMZ. So this is interesting how in pre-market it didn't look so good. Now it's looking okay. Keep an eye on the bid-ask spread. Make sure it's, almost always a penny. So it's real tight. That means there's a lot of fighting. That means there's a lot of liquidity. That means it can create momentum. Okay, look at this. It might be coming up and over the top. I can't even get in, but look, we're back to your previous entry price. But if it were to get up and over 220, it does negate the 4-point downtrend.
TNON is expected to resume in 20 seconds. LASE.
And then you're just going to have to trade what you got.
WHLR.
You can either single it by exiting at the high or let it pop and break a little bit and then exit at that high. But at a quarter position, there's not much more you can do with it. Or at a fifth position, there's not much more you can do with it since you've only had one entry. Okay, it looks like it might be putting in a new lower high here. I'm still trying to liquidate out of some things. Excuse me. Take a look at the. I could probably get rid of APLD. Ooh, we're getting some positive action on BLMZ.
MBLY.
Gotta keep an eye on that. All right, APLD. What happened there? Oh, that was Lays. I got my next exit at 667 on Lays. Lays, I'm now up 57% on that swing trade since entry a week and a half ago. 57% and now taking further profits automated by simply setting that up.
Yuva.
And it looks like it was a recent IPO and is about to go into Virgin Blue Sky territory today. It's going to break out of 7 and maybe try to attempt to return, try to get to $10 from here. Who knows? Yeah, you're looking at dumping APLD. I think I'm going to free up funds by dumping APLD. I need to go look at Blooms, make sure what's going on there really quick for you guys. Yeah, so hey, we might get a lower high put in here. So that would be normal behavior. I kind of want it to follow the model a little bit so I can sort of prove to you guys how this shit works. But believe me, as you get more advanced, you'll be able to handle when things don't follow perfect model behavior. And you'll go, okay, so then that means this and this and that. And I can't teach that right now. Save it for a masterclass. What was that? APLD. So I want to look at it in the daily chart. I don't even have my risk set up, but yeah, that's not looking good. It should have followed through. Projected volume by end of day, pretty strong.
PACB pullback.
I'm just going to liquidate out of it.
TVTX.
I can use the funds on BLMZ. Maybe BLMZ does something cool. Or if I can sort of day trade into a swing trade position, maybe we'll get some continuation if it closes strong by the end of the day. That's one of the dangers of getting in, by the way, Brandon, of a position early on the day for a swing trade. It can be better to get in at the end of the day because they can fail before the end of the day. And therefore, you'd then be trapped in it because of PDT. Okay, got out of APLD and that freed up a decent amount of funds. I think it should be enough to do some BLMZ damage here. Let's see. So now I'm waiting. This is great. It's following model behavior. I'm waiting for this multi-point downtrend to finish. It could still go lower, and that could take 2 hours. It could take an hour to finish the downtrend, or 45 minutes or so, and then get negated, and then it could go sideways for an hour or two, and then finally start to perk up, and then I would start adding into the position if I had already, got a little piece, but I didn't get a little piece, but I would essentially start my position, start building my position then. We didn't know when it was going to end, this initial run, and it could pick up and continue, but it seems to have ended. And that's pretty typical. I mean, look at the time. 10 a.m. is right here. That's 9:59 at the top. So, it moved from the open until 30-minute open was done. You can't rely on those exact times. Could have been 10:07, 10:14 when it peaked. But this is pretty typical that, it runs from, around the open to around 10 and then has trouble continuing. It can still continue with little spurts and fits, but it's not quite the same momentum as the opening bell. And midday sag is a real thing. Volume. Does anybody remember how much volume levels are midday versus at the open and at power hour? What's the differential? Do you think it's maybe like half? But if anybody knows the answer, don't say it. Let's get some guesses first for people who don't know the answer. What do you think? How much volume is traded midday comparatively to the market open and power hour? Because people go to lunch, because there's just, news is fresh. And then on power hour, end of day, people want to get into things to hold for swings. What do you think? Wheeler's halted up. Wow.
East pullback.
Yeah. So what do you think? How much? Take a guess, anybody. who doesn't know. What do you think? How much volume what level does volume decrease to during the midday hours compared to the open and the close? Never even thought. Well, what would be a guess? Wheeler's halted up. Then why is it still moving? Did it just come out of the halt? 40% less. All right. Good guess. Any other guesses?
WHLR.
I mean, I guess it's out of the halt if it halted.
WHLR.
And that's an entry right there on Wheeler to a stop at 7. So about $3 a risk.
WHLR.
Got 120 shares. I don't think I can buy that. Can I? Oh, that's BLMZ. Damn it. Flatten out a BLMZ. Take a dollar loss. Go over to Wheeler. You son of a bitch. I was on the wrong one. Buy. I need 120 shares.
WHLR.
Which is giving me $3 of risk on an A setup. Okay. I'm in that and we'll see where it goes. So what's anybody else with any guesses? I took a very wide risk on that, by the way. Wide, very wide, nice and conservative. So would you be surprised to know that it's 90%? That volume drops to 90%, the levels lower, 90% lower than the levels. That is correct, Marcus knows. 90% lower than levels found in the first 30 minutes and the last hour of the day. Yeah. So midday is a very boring time of day. You can't expect there to be momentum and follow through and things keep going up all day. I mean, that's just ridiculous and impossible to happen. There's just not enough money showing up midday. We call it midday, but it's really most of the day. So, this is just 1,000,001 things that you need to learn about trading. Kind of know what to do and how to do things. All right, we're 20 minutes after the hour. I'm going to take my first break, but I am watching BLMZ for some kind of a base. I am in for $3 a risk on Wheeler to see where it goes. I'm willing to take that and potentially stop out at 7, which it doesn't look like it'll do. I think now it's going to do something based on how it's moved right now. And I'm going to be going through positions in a little bit and doing some trimming and seeing if I can lighten up on things and free up some funds. So the stream remains live, but I'm going to step away for a minute and take my first break. Thank you very much, everybody. You can continue to keep this up somewhere and listen for when I come back, or I'll come back and check in on it later.
TNON.
But it remains live. All right. Have a good morning, everybody. See you again soon.
East.
WHLR. WBA.
APLD. APLD.
AGX.
TNON. TNON.
WHLR.
WHLR.
LASE.
UVIX.
Shot. LASE.
QMCO pulling back.
LASE.
GNLX.
Shot.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Lays.
VOF.
WHLR pullback.
GNLX.
BENF. WHLR pullback.
Octo pulling back.
Wolf.
East.
MBLY. AOA. WHLR.
WHLR. LASE pullback.
WHLR.
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 UVIX. IZM. UVIX. UVIX.
CLPT pulling back. UVIX.
UVIX. UVIX. UVIX.
UVIX.
WHLR.
UVIX.
WHLR.
WHLR. LFVN. UVIX.
STTK pulling back. CVRX pulling back. WHLR.
UVIX.
WHLR. UVIX. Ship pulling back. WHLR fast pullback.
WHLR.
WHLR pullback. UVIX. FES.
WHLR.
WHLR.
VSTS pulling back.
BENF. WHLR.
UVIX.
WHLR. MBLY. G.
East.
FES. BENF.
Cars pulling back.
WHLR. WHLR.
FES. WHLR.
WHLR. CCD pulling back. WHLR pulling back.
POF.
WHLR.
GDC pulling back.
UVIX.
WHLR.
UVIX. LASE pullback.
WHLR.
WHLR.
BSTS.
UVIX.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
FUFU fast pullback. WHLR.
FOA. Big spread. WHLR.
SGLY pulling back.
FOA. Big spread. Shot.
MARA.
FOA. Big spread.
BENF. USAU pulling back. WHLR pulling back. SLN fast pullback.
FOA.
TVTX.
Big spread.
APLD. WHLR
WHLR
fast
pullback.
pullback. APLD.
TNON.
Jenk pulling back.
Big spread.
WHLR.
TNON. Big spread. TNON. Big spread. APLD pullback.
WHLR.
TNON. GCO pulling
Big
back.
spread. WISA pullback.
Path. Mara.
TNON.
ATEC.
MSOS.
MBLY.
NVD. UVIX.
WHLR.
UVIX.
TVTX.
LASE. WISA. Shot.
Lays.
Shot. WHLR.
WHLR.
Shot.
OOMA pulling back.
WHLR.
Lays.
LASE. LASE. WHLR.
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 Lays.
WHLR.
Lays.
UVIX. WISA pullback.
APEI pulling back. SMLR pulling
WHLR.
back.
G.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. BENF.
MCRB.
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 MCRB halted.
UNFI pulling back. Lays.
WHLR.
Lum.
MCRB.
UVIX. WHLR pullback.
B. BSTS.
UVIX.
WHLR.
FDMT pulling back.
UVIX. ROD. Watch the spread. ROD. Watch the
Pins.
spread. UPLD. ROD. Watch the spread. ROD. UVIX pullback. Spread.
WHLR.
Mara.
RGS
APLD.
fast pullback.
Aaron.
ROD.
STG pulling back.
Big spread. WHLR pullback.
NBLY.
Hoth.
WHLR.
APLD. G. BenF.
APLD.
BOF.
Lays. BOF. Lays. WHLR
LASE.
pulling back.
WHLR.
Assistant.
WHLR.
WHLR.
MCRB is expected to resume in 20 seconds. WHLR pullback. TNON. Big spread.
UVIX.
MCRB resumed.
WISA.
WHLR.
NCRB. WHLR.
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 WISA.
MCRB.
SRTS pulling back MCRB.
MCRB.
Bodhi pulling back
MCRB.
UVIX.
MCRB.
MCRB.
MCRB. MCRB.
MCRB. WHLR.
MCRB.
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 MCRB. MCRB.
MCRB.
MCRB. MCRB. MCRB. GETR. Cheap stock. WHLR pulling back.
MCRB.
BTDR pulling back.
BTDR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
Versus.
MCRB pullback. WHLR.
WHLR.
Calc fast pullback.
UVIX.
OBLG pulling back.
ROD. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
SMR. WHLR.
Lays pulling back. LXFR pulling back. Ride fast pullback.
VSTS.
MCRB pullback.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. East pullback. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Course.
WHLR.
Serve.
LASE. WISA. LASE. MCRB pullback. LASE.
NOAA fast pullback.
WHLR.
ATEC.
GNLX.
G.
WHLR. ASPN pulling back.
East pullback.
ADX WISA. WISA.
MCRB. WHLR. WHLR.
WISA.
WHLR pullback. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
APLD.
LFVN pulling back.
WHLR.
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 MCRB.
WHLR.
MCRB.
Path. SGLY.
WISA pullback. BENF. WHLR.
WHLR.
MCRB.
WHLR. BFLY pullback. WHLR.
GLAD pulling back. SNCR pulling back.
UVIX.
WHLR.
WHLR. UVIX. 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 WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF.
WHLR.
BENF. East.
WHLR.
NP.
WHLR.
UVIX.
East pullback. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR pulling back.
MSOX,
APLD.
LASE. WHLR pullback. LASE.
East.
LASE.
Lays.
LASE.
WHLR.
BENF.
Lays.
LASE.
UVIX.
LASE.
Lays.
NKLA.
Lays.
PACB. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR pulling back.
Mara.
Bird.
Coors.
BENF.
WHLR. BSTS. WHLR. WHLR. HIMS.
TVTX pullback.
Nova.
East. UVIX pullback. WHLR. WHLR.
East.
East. East. UVIX
Mara.
pullback.
WHLR.
Riot. CDE. Aaron. AG. Oclo. Gatto. RXRX. WHLR,
East. ATPC.
PBR, PBR, New, F, Vale, BCS, NWG,
SATS,
PLEN, WBD,
Euros.
UMC, Rhythm,
NVD.
CNH,
RDFN,
PR, KGC, WBA, CX, YMM, SPEV,
IRS
SOFI,
pulling back. WHLR,
SWN, PATH,
WHLR
ABT.
pullback.
Billy,
RDFN,
HMY,
WHLR.
Lift, CLVT, HIMS, ALET, QS,
EPV.
HL, Riot, GT, HBM, MPW,
ERAS,
MQ,
CRDO pulling back.
COS, CD,
Lays pulling back.
ABR, Comp, EQX, Cores, Bulv,
UVIX,
IANC, FSM, STNE, TIN, Nike,
RDFN,
Sabre, SHLS,
WISA.
Cheek, Gato, Iris,
BOF.
TDTX, MP, TDTX, Lunner, IAG, Lunner, DRH, Serve,
WISA,
RE, LUM, G, HTZ,
BOF.
SHLS,
UVIX,
Cisco,
WHLR pulling back.
RDFN, Unit, ERAS, TDTX,
UVIX.
MBLY, Serve,
CNFR.
SPEV,
CNFR.
MLCO, VAX,
BOF,
BSTS, RDFN, ERAS,
ATPC.
VOF, WHLR,
CNFR,
CNFR. UVIX.
CNFR,
WHLR pullback.
VIXY,
WHLR pullback.
VSCO pulling back.
BENF.
BBIO,
BENF.
NVD,
BSTS,
BENF. ATPC.
WHLR,
ATPC.
SOXS, BENF, VXX, Lays. Lays.
Mara.
UVIX.
Lays. Lays.
WHLR.
UVIX.
Lays.
WHLR.
Lays.
UVIX. UVXY. Bird. Big spread. WHLR pullback. UVIX. Bird.
PLL pulling back.
UVIX. BENF.
UVIX.
UVIX.
Bird.
BNRG.
Lays. Bearn fast pullback.
BSTS. TDTX.
BENF. BENF. BENF.
UVIX.
BENF.
BENF. NPW. WISA. WISA.
BENF.
PACB.
PACB.
PACB,
PACB, PACB,
WHLR pullback, WHLR, East, WHLR,
WHLR, PACB,
BOF,
Mara,
East,
WHLR,
BOF,
Lum,
WHLR,
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 BOF,
WHLR,
WHLR, SPXU, WHLR pullback,
Lays,
LABD, BENF, WHLR pullback,
Lays,
MPU, SPXU,
TDTX,
BENF,
Lays,
BENF,
MODD, BOF,
WHLR,
UVIX,
PWHLR pulling back,
LABD,
Lays pulling back,
UVIX,
G,
PSNY, TWM,
BOF,
PSNY, UVIX, UVIX,
WHLR,
BENF, BENF, WHLR. APLD pullback.
WHLR.
WHLR.
UVIX. UVIX. BENF.
UVIX.
HOF.
UVIX.
WHLR. UVIX.
UVIX.
BENF.
APLD.
UVIX.
QUI. Cheap stock, UVIX. HSDT.
UVIX.
Cheap stock.
UVIX. UVIX. BFLY pullback. WHLR. UVIX. WHLR.
UVIX.
BENF.
ALR pulling back. WHLR.
APLD.
UVIX.
HSDT. Cheap stock. WHLR.
BENF. BENF.
Rent fast pullback.
BENF. BENF.
BENF. WHLR.
BENF. BENF.
SGLY.
WHLR. Rent pulling back.
MBLY.
East pullback.
BENF. WHLR.
BENF.
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
HSDT.
Nova. WHLR.
BENF.
BENF. HSDT. BENF. WHLR.
BENF. RVLV pulling back.
BENF.
TNON pulling back. WHLR.
WHLR. UVIX. WHLR.
WHLR.
Wolf.
WHLR.
BENF.
LFVN pulling back.
WHLR.
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 BENF. WHLR.
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 WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
ABR. BENF.
WHLR.
BENF.
BENF.
BENF. WHLR. TNON halted.
TVTX.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR pullback. WHLR.
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 WHLR. WHLR.
APLD.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
APLD. WHLR.
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 VOF. WHLR.
UVIX pullback.
WHLR.
APLD. WHLR.
WHLR.
HSDT. TNON is expected to resume in 20 seconds.
BENF. HSDT.
TNON resumed. WHLR pullback.
WHLR pulling back.
East. BFRI. SMXT.
APLD.
Gold. Path. BENF.
EWCZ. NARI. WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF.
WHLR.
WHLR.
UVIX. NVD. WHLR
NF.
pullback. ROD.
BENF.
ROD. ROD. Big spread. ROD. Big spread.
SITA.
WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF. BENF. SYTA. UVIX.
Ride fast pullback.
LASE. WHLR.
SITA.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Bull pulling back.
WHLR. WHLR.
ZEB. Cheap stock. LRMR pulling back. LRMR pulling back.
WISA pullback.
WHLR. BTDR.
BENF.
DNLI pulling back.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Fat pulling
SYTA.
back.
SYTA. WHLR pullback.
Sita. WHLR pulling back.
BENF.
CING pulling back.
BENF.
BENF. WHLR.
BFLY. PACB. WHLR. BENF. WHLR. LASE. LASE.
WHLR.
Sita.
Off.
WHLR.
LABD.
LASE. LASE. WHLR.
WHLR.
Lays.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. AIHS. AIHS. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF. WHLR.
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 WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF. BENF. APLD pullback.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
SIDA.
WHLR.
SIDA.
LASE.
WHLR.
East. WISA pullback. East.
G. East.
East.
Doug.
SIDA.
East.
East. East.
BENF.
East.
WHLR pullback. SYTA. SYTA. East. SYTA. East.
SIDA.
East.
WHLR pulling SIDA. back.
WHLR.
WHLR pulling back.
WHLR.
SYTA.
East,
LASE pullback.
East,
SYTA.
SITA.
East.
Sita,
East.
Sita, Sita,
WHLR pullback.
East, East, East,
SYTA. SYTA. BENF. BENF. SYTA.
BENF. BENF.
WHLR,
PSNY.
Rhythm. IEP.
LUMN. WISA.
Wolf.
WISA.
Cheek.
SMXT.
ATEC. WHLR.
WHLR,
WHLR.
WHLR. BENF.
WHLR,
WHLR.
WHLRMR pulling back.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR,
SYTA pullback.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR,
East. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
SYTA pullback.
WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF.
WHLR.
WHLR.
UVXY.
SYTA. SYTA.
SITA. ARDT pulling back.
GME.
TIN.
GME.
UVXY.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
GME.
B.
WHLR.
WHLR fast pullback. Lays. UVXY.
APLD. WHLR pullback. GME. GME.
WHLR,
PTON. PTON.
TIN,
ZSL,
GME. WHLR. WHLR. GME. LASE.
GME,
WHLR,
LASE.
BENF,
WHLR. GME. BENF.
GME,
LASE. PSNY. BFLY pullback. LASE. BENF. BENF. LASE. BENF. BENF. BENF.
ITOS
WHLR pullback.
Hoth,
BENF.
BENF, BENF,
LASE. COS.
Hoth,
WHLR.
GME,
WHLR, Lisa.
WHLR. BENF. WHLR.
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 GME. GME. WHLR. Cost pulling back. GME.
Time, and a lot of my buddies.
WHLR.
GME.
BENF.
GME.
BENF.
XRTX pulling back.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
APLD.
VSCO.
SMXT.
SMXT.
WISA pullback. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
APLD.
WHLR. Bind. WHLR.
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 WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. ATSG pulling back.
Lisa. WHLR.
GME pulling back. WHLR.
WHLR pullback. UVIX. WISA.
WHLR pulling back.
WHLR,
WISA.
SATS pulling back.
BENF. BENF.
BENF,
UVIX. UVIX.
WHLR,
BENF.
WHLR,
UVIX. WHLR pullback. VOF. WHLR. WHLR.
OFF,
WHLR pullback.
NBLY,
AUPH. AUPH.
OFF,
VSE pullback. UVIX.
FTRE pulling back.
UVIX. UVIX. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
ENF.
WHLR.
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 UVIX. WHLR. UVIX. Rod. Big spread.
Twin.
WHLR pullback.
WHLR.
PTON. WHLR pullback.
ZSL.
SRM.
BFRI.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
Lays.
PACB pullback. WHLR.
Lays.
BENF.
MRVI. Path.
WHLR. BENF.
WHLR.
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 BENF. BENF.
BENF.
BENF. WHLR.
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 UVIX.
WHLR.
UVIX. PACB pullback. UVIX. UVIX.
GME pulling back.
UVIX. 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 BFRI.
G.
BFRI.
.78 though, and then the knight can move back to C7 and he keeps slithering away.
Is there some rook d7 there?
Yeah, you're completely lost.
Okay, I see. We're really loud, so it scared me.
Rook
BENF pulling back.
BENF. G.
UVIX.
FNGD.
G. WHLR.
CING pulling back. WHLR.
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 WHLR. WHLR. WHLR fast pullback. WHLR pulling back. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
EWTX pulling back.
WHLR.
WHLR.
VENF. WHLR.
TFLY.
WHLR. UVIX. 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 UVIX.
UVIX. ACLX.
UVIX.
ACLX.
UVIX.
UVIX.
Shot.
WHLR pulling
SMXT.
back.
SMXT.
ATEC. ATEC.
SMXT.
ACLX.
WHLR pullback. WHLR. UVIX. WHLR. BENF. WHLR. BENF. WHLR. BENF. WHLR. BENF. UVIX.
UVIX. UVIX.
WHLR. WHLR. WISA pullback.
UVIX.
WHLR.
East. East.
SMFL.
East.
UVIX. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Eras.
PRFX. Cheap stock.
WHLR. East. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
ASTL.
Tex. BFLY.
WHLR.
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 SCWX pulling back. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. BENF. BENF.
BENF.
BENF. WHLR pullback. BENF.
AIHS.
DBRG.
GNLN pulling back. AIHS. East.
WHLR. WISA. WHLR pullback. WISA. WHLR. WHLR. LASE pullback. WISA. WHLR.
WBA.
NVDS.
WHLR. Tex.
BENF. BENF.
APLD.
APLD.
WHLR.
NVDS. WHLR.
BFLY.
BFLY. WHLR pullback. BENF. UVIX. ITRM.
WHLR.
SYTA.
MSOX.
WHLR.
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 East. East. WHLR.
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 WHLR. SRM. WHLR pullback. WHLR pullback.
Hoth.
East.
East.
MDLY.
East.
WHLR.
ASTL.
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
WHLR.
SRM.
WHLR.
SRM. SYTA. BENF. WHLR.
QXL.
WHLR.
SITA.
WHLR. WHLR.
NVCR pulling back.
WHLR. WHLR. SRM.
WHLR.
MXL.
WHLR.
UAIC.
UVIX pullback.
WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF.
WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF. BENF. WHLR pullback. APLS.
Five.
FAT.
WHLR.
5,
WHLR.
VSCO pulling back.
WHLR.
BSTS.
UVIX.
RMTI. RMTI.
It was a masterclass.
East.
WHLR.
SYTA. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
SITA.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
QXO.
WHLR.
Hoth pullback.
GETR. Cheap stock. UVIX. Hoth.
BENF. WHLR. SRM.
Stig.
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
WHLR.
NAMS pulling back.
SRM.
WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF. WHLR.
WHLR. SRM. WHLR. SRM. WHLR.
WHLR pulling back. IDR pulling back.
SRM. SRM. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR pullback. GNLX. WHLR.
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 Coney halted.
Rent pulling back.
WHLR.
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 WHLR. WHLR.
GETR. Cheap stock.
WHLR.
Rent fast pullback.
WHLR. LASE. WHLR.
WHLR.
LASE. LASE.
WHLR.
Rod. WHLR. Rod.
WHLR.
DNA.
Rod. Rod. Big spread.
UVXY. PACB.
Coney is expected to resume in 20 seconds. Rod.
WHLR.
Big spread. Coney resumed.
Hoth.
BENF. BENF. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR pulling back. WHLR. WHLR pulling back. Ride fast pullback.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR pullback.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR pulling
WHLR.
back. PRFX. Cheap stock.
UVIX. SYTA.
WHLR.
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 WHLR. Rear.
GUFS.
WHLR. PRFX. Cheap stock.
WHLR pullback. UVIX.
Brax.
BENF. WHLR pullback.
Rent fast pullback.
Yes.
WHLR pulling back. WHLR pulling back.
Yes.
CLMT.
BENF.
WHLR
Yes.
pulling
CLMT.
back.
Yes. Brax.
CLMT.
Yes. WHLR. Brax. Yes.
BENF.
Yes. BSTS.
ATUS.
WHLR. LABD. WHLR pullback. WHLR. WHLR.
IRBT.
ATUS.
WHLR. Hoth pullback. WHLR. WHLR.
Yes.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
ACB. WHLR.
NAM's pulling back.
WHLR.
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 BENF. 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 BENF.
WHLR.
BENF. WHLR pullback. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
APLD pullback. WISA.
NP.
WHLR pullback.
WISA.
UVIX.
WISA. GETR. Cheap stock.
WISA.
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 WHLR.
WHLR pullback.
WHLR pulling back.
WHLR.
WHLR. CNFR. CNFR.
Lays.
WHLR. WHLR pullback.
WHLR.
CNFR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
Lays.
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. UVIX. WHLR. SMLR pulling back. GOVX pulling back.
LASE.
Lays.
WHLR.
WISA.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
Erin.
Lays.
RDFN. WHLR.
WHLR.
VSAT pulling back. JRVR pulling back. LICN fast pullback. WHLR.
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 HIMS. Asan. WRBY. WHLR.
TOVX pulling back. TOVX pulling back.
WHLR. WHLR.
Lays.
Gus.
WHLR. WHLR.
Gus.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. Riley.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Riley.
Rent fast pullback.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Lays pulling back.
WHLR. WHLR. BSTS.
UVIX. UVIX.
WHLR.
UVIX. UVIX.
WHLR pulling back.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
TDTX.
FOS.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
SIM pulling back.
WHLR.
BENF. WHLR.
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 GUFS. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
DBGI.
Cores.
Cheap stock.
FOS. DBGI.
DBGI.
GUFS. WHLR.
Riley.
WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF. WHLR. WHLR. BENF.
TDTX.
AMLX pullback.
BENF. TDTX. G.
BENF.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR pulling back. WHLR pulling back. WHLR. WHLR. DBGI. Cheap stock.
BBGO.
UPC. WHLR. VLRS. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR pullback.
WHLR.
VLRS.
APLD.
BFLY.
WHLR. APLD.
DDL.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
East.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF. Aldo.
WHLR.
BFLY.
BIOL. Cheap stock. Ride pulling back.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. LUM.
SMXT. BENF. BENF.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WISA pullback.
BIOL. Cheap stock.
WHLR.
BIOL. Cheap stock.
WHLR. WHLR.
Hour.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
Serve. WHLR. BENF. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. BIOL. Cheap stock.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. Pulling back.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
UVIX.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. SMR. SHLS.
BENF. Hoth pullback.
Lays.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Aldo.
SHLS. WHLR. SHLS. UPWK. UPWK.
WHLR.
Hoth.
WHLR. Hoth.
CCCC.
Hoth.
UPWK.
Hoth.
Hoth.
WHLR.
VIXY.
WHLR pullback.
Hoth.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF. WHLR.
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 Bank. FNB.
GHSI fast
CNFR.
pullback.
Bank.
CNFR.
WHLR
pullback. CNFR.
CNFR. CNFR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
BENF. BENF.
BENF. Versus.
WHLR. WHLR.
GHSI pulling back. WHLR.
HOF. WHLR. WHLR. UVIX pullback.
CMP. WHLR.
BENF.
WHLR.
BENF.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
CMP. BENF.
WHLR.
Riley. WHLR.
BENF. BENF. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR. SMFL.
WHLR.
VFLY.
NFE.
WHLR.
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 WHLR fast
WHLR.
pullback. WHLR fast pullback.
APLD. BSTS.
WHLR.
MRVI. G. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
Sinks. PGY.
WHLR.
HUD.
WHLR.
UVIX
WHLR.
pullback.
WHLR.
Cheek. WHLR.
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 Geo. VEX. HUD.
Rent pulling back.
WHLR.
WHLR. Com.
WHLR.
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 Riley.
WHLR.
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 SWBI,
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
Riley, UPC, WHLR,
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
PACB pullback. WHLR.
Riley. ADAG pulling back. WHLR.
Rhythm,
WHLR pullback.
MSOX.
WHLR.
WHLR, WHLR,
RVLV pulling back.
CNFR.
CNFR.
WHLR pullback.
WHLR pulling back.
WHLR. WHLR.
BTRS, Rhythm,
Brent
MBLY,
fast pullback.
Roiv, Path, Mara, Sin, WHLR, B,
WHLR.
Wolf, WHLR, ENBX, VEX, ENBX, MP, VEX, GRPN, BRDN,
WHLR pullback.
CNFR, CCCC, GRPN, NEO, SIN,
WHLR.
CORS, WHLR, CMP,
DSY pulling back.
IRBT, IRBT, CNFR, WHLR, APDN, TDTX, IRBT, BZ,
VSAT pulling back.
WHLR.
NEO,
APLS.
DSY pulling back.
YOVA, Wolf,
WHLR. 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 WHLR pullback.
Arlo,
WHLR pulling back. WHLR pulling back.
BERV,
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR, CMPS, WHLR,
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
RDUS pulling back.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR fast pullback. LFVN pulling back. LFVN pulling back. WHLR.
WHLR.
PR.
WHLR.
Path. Trucks. NFE. Lit.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. East.
WHLR. NNE.
Riley.
Yuva. Riley. Riley. Riley.
WHLR. WHLR.
BSTS,
WHLR,
WHLR, ARQT,
WHLR, WHLR,
TDTX, CMP,
WHLR.
WHLR, Lisa,
UVIX pullback, WHLR, WHLR, WHLR,
WHLR. WHLR.
BENF,
WHLR.
MBLY,
WHLR, WHLR,
WHLR.
Mara, Geo,
WHLR.
Live, WHLR,
WHLR,
SMMT,
WHLR.
WHLR,
WHLR.
B,
BENF,
Trucks, Uva, Geo, Vex, WRBY,
MHUA,
BSTS, Tuck,
WHLR.
Riley, SBH, ARQT, PCT, GCI, CMPO, CMP, AOI,
WHLR,
SRM.
WHLR,
Riley, Roiv,
WHLR,
WHLR, WHLR, Gatto, AG, Riley,
Lays.
ZVRA,
LASE,
SMMT,
SMTK,
Gatto,
Big Spread,
Mara, Mara, Riley, AOI, PAGS, ZVRA,
LASE.
SMMT.
LASE. WHLR pullback.
JBLU. AG.
Lays.
LASE.
Gatto.
LASE.
Arlo. Turn. Riley.
Lays.
Mara. Riley. Lisa. Lisa. SMMT. Lisa.
WHLR pullback.
Tags. Lisa.
WHLR pullback.
SMMT.
WHLR SMTK.
DBRG. MRVI.
WHLR, the stock is down too much.
MGNI.
Lays.
HIMS. NIC. BSTS. SGML. Lisa.
Lays.
ARQT. VIP. GRPN. LSPD. SWBI. OI. GRAL. CXM. Arlo. ARQT. Lisa. Gatto. GRPN. ACDC. BRDN.
UDIX. AIHS.
UVA. Serve.
Lays.
BENF.
PACB.
SJT.
ATUS. SJT.
East. DPRO. SMXT.
East.
SMXT.
G.
WHLR is expected to resume in 20 seconds. SMXT.
SMMT.
WHLR has been halted for more than 5 minutes.
East. IMRX.
PACB.
Unit. GCI.
LASE.
Sinks. LQDA.
SMXT.
Lays.
Bowl pullback. ENGN. East. YEXT.
Lipo.
IMRX.
Cheap stock. SRM.
LASE. PACB. AIHS.
HIMS.
Lipo.
BFLY.
Cheap stock.
BTRS.
SMXT.
SMR.
Hot pullback.
HIMS.
GHSI.
GCI. AM.
Lipo.
UVIX
Cheap
pullback.
stock. SRM.
B.
SMXT.
QXO. SMR,
SMXT,
SMMT, HIMS,
KINS,
SYNCS, LIT, SPMR, WWW, GT,
Big Spread,
B,
LITB,
LQDA,
BFLY,
MTNB,
GCI, NWL, NKLA,
QCOM,
AM,
Post
MXL,
Loser,
LISA,
MGM,
OI,
Post Winner,
TUFS, I, LIT, BTDR, WWW, UNIT, LQDA, GEO, NET,
CNFR Pullback,
CMPO,
LiPo, Post
LUNA,
Loser.
WH,
Right.